Hello, everybody, and welcome to our third day of the second tournament in the LCS Challengers League Qualifier Summer Split. I am Grapes, joined alongside Alk Batter. We have our second week of Group Stage coming your way over the next 2 days. We have Group A on this stream, Group B over on twitch.tv/rallycry2, where Nyarko and Summer will be taking you through that. But some fun games after a crazy week of upsets, Alk.
Oh my god, last week already delivered, so hopefully this week, as someone who at least prides themselves on trying to predict correctly, I hope that we get some teams that, I hope some of the league so far calms down a little bit, especially because we're getting closer and closer to the elim bracket. It would be very spicy and definitely upset some of our points, but I think if you would have told me at the beginning of summer where we'd be now, I would just tell you, there's no way, you're crazy, man.
And seeing if we could get some of those teams to be at their peak shape before the promotion tournament at the end of August, about 1 month from today, is going to be very important for everybody who is trying to get into the NACL for 2024. If you are joining us for the first time, this is the way to get into the NACL for 2024. The pathway to pro starts right here in the qualifiers. Is an open process for anybody to sign up for. Unfortunately, this is the last tournament of the year, but these teams all kind of joined and are looking to be at that top finish. We are in the group stage right now. I think we could take a look at the group bracket for Group A just so we can see the matchups that we will have today. This is the only group, Alk, that went completely chalk. We have all of our top seeds in the upper bracket and our 2 lower seeds in the lower bracket.
Thank God. One of them had to be right, okay? We have a group that we'll talk about tomorrow when we get to it, but like every group right now is in chaos. Everything is on fire. SpongeBob is running around. I know we can't really put up a picture of him on screen for copyright reasons, but it is like this is our one group of safety. I've talked about it in the recharged video, but like this is the bastion, the utopia standing amongst like crashing waves everywhere. Everything's falling apart. Group A is where I feel it at home.
Yeah, at least something is a little normal. Like all the higher seed. Actually, is Komodo the higher seed in this group? Maybe this was
I
an
think
upset.
they might be, but it's like 8-9, right? So
okay,
doesn't matter.
So close enough. And honestly, from what we saw, generally Gentle Hearts winning out on that series was not surprising and will cause for this matchup here in the upper bracket to be very, very exciting to watch. The winner here moves on to the quarterfinals and it earns an additional 10 qualification points. Let's take a look at this matchup, though, between Mirage Alliance and Gentle Hearts Gaming. Once again, battle for quarterfinals at stake. Mirage Alliance, you know him, you love him. Starting off here on the blue side, I believe. Tons of experience. I know that we talked to Alorum last week, and he was pretty surprised that some people maybe were doubting the squad a little bit, but they've looked pretty good throughout the second qualifier.
Yeah, and I'm also interested to see how, the drafts start to kind of shake out, because not only are we starting to see a lot of experimentation on patch 13.13 as a whole, but Mirage Alliance is one of those teams that definitely love to step out of that kind of assumed OP list. I think bot lane especially, Neo and Dardoch do tend to, specifically Dardoch, I think, start to kind of experiment a little bit more. We've known Alarm to be someone who has a unique champion pool, and Chad, I think, when the situation calls for, always has those kind of really niche picks in the jungle that can really bring out a certain flavor from Mirage Alliance that, we're expecting this team to be number 1. And so far, if you keep having like performances like that, it's one of those things and a competitive advantage going into matches.
They are currently ranked second in terms of qualification points after winning their first matchup against Middlesticks last week. 140 ranks for second place. If they win this series here today, they will guarantee at least a tie for first heading into the quarterfinal weekend. So that is something that we're going to have to keep our eyes out on as we take a look at their opponents for today in Gentle Hearts Gaming, a team that has had some struggles in the Swiss stage specifically, but looked really good last week in their opening round of the groups.
For sure, and I think this was a team that we were excited about to begin with, right? Like Barrack, Scooped, Sandwich, the Cheese Chasers that we saw back in Qualifier 1 here in summer, they had already made top 8 before, and so seeing them again, they are going to have, I don't want to say an easier time, because obviously they're going up against Mirage Alliance, a number 2 seed in general, and one that we expect to go very far in this tournament this time around, but they only changed two positions, mid lane and jungle. The Krya situation with him getting subbed out, we obviously talked about with Scoop in our interview.
Yep.
Him saying that, hey, it was kind of like a planned vacation. We needed to like find a jungler, and Clueless is stepping up to the plate so far. And Gentle Hearts, if everything goes to plan, and if we continue to see them play like we saw them up against Komodo, this matchup is probably one of the closest matchups we're going to have, even with the slight seed disparity between the two.
I know some people were worried about the new pieces coming into this roster that was formerly the Cheese Chasers, but King Clueless and Cinna looked solid in their matchup against Komodo last week, and the position that I have my eyes on for sure heading into this series is the bottom lane. It is Scooped here for Gentle Hearts up against Neo, a player with LCS experience, has been at all levels of play here in North America, and he's going to be matched up against Scooped, who is still looking for that first opportunity at Tier 2.
I loved our interview that we actually got to have with Scoop, which was like, he's like, I've never really been able to make it into a Challengers League Proving Grounds-esque situation. He's done it once, but he didn't get too many games, and I think obviously for Scoop, I think he's come a long way from that time, and so showing the development of this player, we saw him in spring on Native really start to step it up on that roster, and so now here in summer playing for that promotion tournament potentially, I think Gentle Hearts Gaming are definitely going to have to perform excellently throughout this qualifier because they are on the bubble. They are right outside of top 5 or top 4 at 85 points. The next lowest is 110. They really need to outperform not only their previous standings, but also the teams above them, and Mirage Alliance would be a very good way of doing that.
They also need a little bit of help from some of the other teams dropping earlier than expected above them, and you can only control your own destiny, and so for Gentle Hearts, they're looking at a win. Will be a tough task, though, against a team that many have perceived to be a very easy matchup, an easy pathway into the promotion tournament. We're just a couple minutes away from draft of Game 1 of this best of 3 from getting started, but before we hop in, I believe we have our predictions. Now, both of us are currently tied for first place among all the broadcast talent, 5 out of 8, which isn't the greatest percentage, but with the weekend of upsets that we had, it's not too horrible. Let's take a look at what all of the broadcast talent had for this matchup between Mirage Alliance and Gentle Hearts Gaming. And
okay, all right, hold up. I have to. Taylor, I love what you've done. I need to say something. Before we went live, I did agree with you, and unfortunately, I hate to put production in this spot. My prediction did change. I put Gentle Hearts. It's in the sheet. I should have probably said yes. It is.
You changed the other series.
No. I did. It was the Middle Sticks one. Okay,
what are we doing?
Never mind. Okay. Production, I'm so sorry. You can mute my mic for the rest of game 1. Go ahead, Graves. Just get us out of this one. Get us out of this one, man.
Elephant in the room. I picked the upset here. I do like Gentle Hearts as a squad. This is also the only group that has not had the number 1 seed be upset. So I think it might be due this time around. And also, my third thing is that I know we're all clamoring for a Mirage Alliance versus Team Ambition Grand Finals in qualifier number 2. This is one of the only ways that can happen at this point, so we're rooting for that right now.
I love it. I'm glad that you're playing to the absolute showmanship that we need for this broadcast. We need to have the TA versus Mirage Alliance Grand Finals. I didn't think it was possible, but it is. If that's the way we do it, then I want to be all aboard on that one. I know it says on the screen. I wish I could take the permanent marker Sharpie and just draw the GHG logo on top.
Upsets. That's what we had all of last week. We can take a look at Group B graphic for the bracket for there, because that's what's going on the other stream. Just to kind of keep everybody in the loop of what we're even talking about here, because a lot of the first seeds ended up getting beaten pretty easily in their first round of groups. In fact, the only team that won, as we said, was Mirage Alliance in that first round. But down on the other stream, you're going to be seeing Team Ambition versus Keelix's Grandpa Gamers in the lower bracket, which is not something that we were expecting.
Hiya, man. Just so crazy to me, man. The fact that we've already gotten that. And there's going to be a ton of games. If you haven't already checked out, like Grapes was saying, we obviously have Rally Cry 2 at the same time, and it's just going to be nuts, right? The fact of the matter that, Team Ambition are playing from lower bracket, The fact that we have Teamless Revenge and Team Coachify in the top side of that is maybe not as surprising. I will say the Coachify versus Grandpa Gamers series was incredibly tight. I'm looking forward to see what Kellex actually have kind of in store for them. And Team Ambition, I know we're talking about the other stream right now, but like, they currently have Hoarder. They knew that Porsche was going to be going on this vacation. He didn't know originally that he was actually going to be on that roster. This was an announcement that Team Ambition put out. I'm not like just leaking random roster moves, but like the fact that there's a very real possibility that maybe Team Ambition get knocked out is a little strange. I did talk to a lot of the teams about what happened last week. It seems like not a lot of teams were very much prepared. I think that the whiplash of having to go immediately straight into a patch that is 4 patches after what you were playing on for 4 weeks definitely hit them. And hopefully that they kind of level up, because not only do we have them, we have also Lit, who are kind of playing for tournament lives at this point, and they really need to be kind of taking these wins in stride.
Yeah, also Winthrop, who now has a matchup against Aproia in the lower bracket tomorrow. That could be one that goes a little bit haywire. Both teams with players that we are super excited about as a broadcast moving forward. So just from the expectations that we had from the start of last week, where we were very much in favor, expecting for the top 4 teams to move on, suddenly that can change. And, you know, obviously Porsche is going to be coming back at some point, but if he's not back, he's not here for today's games, I believe. So
No.
there's a possibility that, you know, Porsche could have played his last game, which is crazy to say. But we are ready for draft. Let's jump back into what we were talking about here in Group A between Mirage Alliance and Gentle Hearts. The bot lane, again, going to be a big priority, and we are on patch point 13.13, which means that some things are different than what we saw in tournaments past.
I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for it to show up on the screen. I want to hit the cast or start the game button for us, just to make sure that everyone's, because I already know. There we go, and
boom!
Oh, and we have a new draft overlay as
Okay.
well. Okay. Guys, we're leveling up. We started the game. You're going to see all the cool fancy tech that we have for the show today. I'm hopeful that none of it breaks. I've already jinxed it to start. So, already, Mirage on blue side. I talked about this at the beginning of the day, but for 1313, we've been seeing teams, specifically in the LPL, actually start to move away from red side being super OP. So I wonder if maybe some of our qualifier teams start to pick up on that. And a lot of these bans, I think, are going to be not atypical. The fact that Annie is being taken away from Senna just tells me that they really don't want to have to play around the fact that he is going to be on a playmaking mid. And the one way that we did see Mirage Alliance somewhat falter versus Return to the Middle Six, like small asterisks, is actually the mid jungle. Chad and Zedzi, I think, feed into each other in the early game a bit negatively. They like very much like are okay with more aggressive plays, and that does tend to dig them into a hole.
And another thing, I mean, I don't know how Mirage Alliance keep low-rolling this, but it is once again them at the early block. So they struggled a little bit in the first round against Middle Six. They
True.
still end up winning the game and pulling through, but maybe against a bit of a tougher squad, could look a little bit different as we are headed into the draft for game number 1. The Kaisa selected early. That is a flex pick for Mirage.
For sure, and just in general, it's just this champion is too OP. We'll see what Gentle Hearts can actually grab on the other side, especially now that Zaya is gone. That has been something that Scooped has gone towards. Rel, I think, is the expected pickup here. The champion is just way too OP not to grab, and if you are going to grab that with a LeBlanc, would definitely give Senna a lot of agency. Funnily enough, the fact that LeBlanc is in meta definitely helps out Gentle Hearts. Senna, back in the day when he was playing, whether it was on Mercenaries or like Wi-Fi Warriors or whatever that team was called, like they always used to play around this. They would play with him on something pretty adjacent to like a burst mage in mid lane and try to go through that. King Clueless has picked up Nocturne. Okay, so they really want to hunt down this Kaisa if you are going to be playing into the mid lane.
Yeah, diving straight in onto the Kaisa will be the name of the game for the 2 champions that were selected. The Rel's still on the board for Mirage Alliance now. I wouldn't be surprised if they pick that up, but instead, maybe prioritizing a different tank. Another flex pick here for them in the Poppy. Can go towards top, can go for Chad in the jungle, who I think Chad has played really well on this champion throughout the entire split. But just adding that flexibility here for Mirage is another added bonus for locking it in right now.
Okay, so Mirage, just lock in Rel and end the draft right here, please. Yeah, like we could just go ahead and scrap this one. There's no reason that Mirage not only get access to Poppy when the team is already showing LeBlanc and Nocturne. I think Nautilus is a great answer by itself already. It is something that can deal with Rel. I don't think it is the perfect engage, but it is something that also can stop a LeBlanc, kind of react to a Nocturne if you're fast enough. So, Gentle Hearts, how do you get out of this? You need a better top lane matchup.
Okay.
Or you go with something completely out of left field. We're going to get what I think is our first Taric in forever. I don't remember the last time we actually got a Taric.
You know what, Alk? I think I do remember the last time we had a Taric.
No.
And I think it was Sandwich against Scooped on Native Gaming back in the spring split when Sandwich was on CB Gaming. I'm going to double check that really quickly, but
go for it.
This guy
it sounds about
is
right.
a very good Taric player, and I remember it was picked up in the match that Native actually lost to them, which was a pretty big upset, and a pretty powerful one, especially against the heavy engage that Mirage Alliance have set up.
Was that Sandwich or was that Kisno?
Well, Kisno is a jungler, so
I know,
Sandwich
but was it not Taric jungle?
No, definitely
okay.
not.
I would have been incredibly based. Man, I kind of wish it was Taric jungle now. Getting through the rest of this, we're kind of seeing the bans sort of lean in the same direction. The Darius ban being there for Barrack. He has been one of our few Darius players here in the tournament alongside Cookie Crook on Return to the Middle Six. We'll see him a little bit later in the series after this versus Komodo. But a lot of focus, I think, really needs to be going towards this top side. Maybe they throw another 80 carry ban if they want to get rid of... I don't know if they're going to be willing to really play up the Kais or the Ezreal. Next possible mention could be if they really want to get spicy, you play Callista, but you're trying to bank on, like, we're winning at 10 minutes, game's over.
Yeah, I'm almost 100% sure Barrack will be getting this last pick here, and I think Mirage Alliance know that as well. They are target banning this guy in the second phase. I did just do a quick Leaguepedia check, and it was Sandwich who was on this Taric. Went 1-4-13 in a 42-minute bloodbath against Native. That was the first game of the spring split, the first game of 2023 in the group stage at least, and so definitely something that he has practiced at least throughout these last couple of months. And we'll see who Scooped wants to pair alongside it. Are we getting the Vayne? We are getting the Vayne here in game number 1.
All right, I thought Aphelios was going to be pretty cringe. I'm not going to lie. Like, Aphelios into this team just does not have fun, and if it is going to be the AP Kaisa variant, then you just never get to interact. I love this. Very short-range composition coming out from Gentle Hearts. I think when we get to team fights, they are going to definitely have to pull the trigger very fast. We'll see how decisive this team is. Whereas Mirage, they can take things slow. They can let Poppy play on a flank. They can just walk in as 5. Here for jungle now, we'll see what Chad is going to take, whether or not they're going to commit this Poppy to the jungle or not. I think if he really wants to, you can go for a farm-heavy jungle and just try to play this game pretty late. I think Graves would do very, very well. Instead, picking for the Viego, so a lot of combat damage. And the longer fights go, I think it's going to be very interesting. It's going to be very cooldown reliant as what we see from these two. And
now that they see that Poppy for Lorm is in the top lane, it'll be Barrack picking up the gangplank, a champion that we haven't seen too much. But when it's in Barrack's hands, things can go wild, especially in a decent matchup like this. A lot of damage top to bottom for Gentle Hearts Gaming. They just have so many threats against everybody on Mirage.
And before we get into game, everybody, we've got our Turo ad coming up. If you need to get any kind of car, the NACL qualifiers are brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car sharing marketplace. You can book any car you want for just any occasion. Forget boring rental cars at Turo.com. Appreciate them for all they do, not only here at the qualifiers, but also on Challengers League. They are a very big sponsor, so I'm really glad that we got them on.
Damn, first ad, is that the first ad read for you?
Nope. We did a couple of those. We did a couple of those. But thank you.
You did a great job.
Thank you.
Great job. As we're on to the riff with some new overlays as well. I love what we're seeing here in the second week of groups. The race for promotion is heating up. You got the NACL playoffs week number 2 coming up right after this, so make sure to stay tuned for all of that action. I'm very excited for the next couple of weeks in developmental League of Legends. Should be a really explosive time.
Wait, we have little pips for game score. Oh, guys, for free. Huge. Oh, this is that Turo money going to good use.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's what I like to see. Okay. Hey, guys, I hope you guys are excited. We no longer had the 3-minute delay after Spectator. We have new graphics. I'm feeling good. This is exciting. What's not exciting is the fact that in this matchup, Sudsy is already dominating Senna. Like, getting through most of his spots already. you have that fleet footwork which will be able to sustain you through the lane, but it is very dangerous already for Sudsy to already have that advantage.
Yeah, I mean, this is a matchup that I would probably favor Sudsy in, just in terms of the individual 1v1 as well as the champions that are at play right now. You're going to get a lot of early pushing power onto this LeBlanc early, and so we'll see how the junglers respond to that. King Clueless taking a lot of damage in his early clear, as he is just going to try to get to 6 as fast as possible.
Unfortunately for King Clueless, he got a leashless start, which is just the case in almost every single bot lane matchup. Typically, the way you want to do it is if you have double range, you want to be there to try to control the wave, and if you have a melee, you either say, hey, we're not going to get pushed, so, you know, screw it, like, let's just not leash and just go straight to lane, or you say, we really need to be there so that we could try to cheese them level 1. That is typically what you want to do, just trying to help all of our fellow bot laners out here. Alorum using the dash to get right onto Barrack. Trading HP is smart here.
Wow.
Now, Viego will get spotted on this ward, and Clueless actually skipping some more camps, does not have level 4 quite yet,
yeah,
but Barrack's moving over. Yeah, Chad has to just leave now.
Gonna have to run away the long way, maybe soak a little bit of XP as Alorum. Maybe not too happy about that, but definitely better for Gentle Hearts than to give over a kill, because if Clueless was not in the area, I don't know if Barrack would have lived very long, as they're actually gonna get the fear out on Alorum as well to shove this wave in.
That was really well played by Chad, by the way. The fact that he could have just gone down into his jungle and escaped through that, he just takes the bet that Barrack is not going to deal any damage, right? Like, he has no crowd control, and unless King Clueless is going to flash, that was just a really good escape. So Chad getting out of that is able to reset immediately, go towards his bottom side camps. In the grand scheme of things, it may not mean all that much, but it is a small item lead for Chad, and it will mean that come skirmishing, if they are going to cross into the river, King Clueless will be down in some, about 10 AD.
We'll see if that does matter, because it will mean that Clueless is ahead on experience if they ever interact, so that's a little trade that you'll have to take into account, as Clueless will finish off his full clear right now, but because he was delayed a little bit, it gives Chad the opportunity to take away that top scuttle and make his way bot. So a lot of gold actually going to be an advantage towards Chad, just not accelerated as quickly. As they're trading in the bot lane does favor Mirage Alliance at the moment. The range advantage that Neo has is just too big at this point.
And because of a lot of the control, a lot of the great vision placed by Mirage Alliance, they're just wasting King Clueless' time right now. They know that he's on the top side. They know now that he's recalling here. Okay, yes, okay, I was really sad. That minion is going to hit him eventually. But now we saw Chad cross into the bottom side, get second scuttle. Now they have wards on the bottom side. They had already traded with Scooped and Sandwich, so they have to actually back off and be potentially afraid of a gank under the turret. That is a really smart play coming out from Mirage, and that just means that Gentle Hearts, you are getting punished for this small timer. Sin is now going to move and use this time to try to alleviate some pressure, get some vision on the bottom side. Chad has his entire bottom side jungle to clear out here, and Clueless has to be careful, because if he overextends in the situation, Mirage bot lane, they're coming off of a reset, and they can very easily come in to try to help their jungler.
Just taking away the Raptors for now, and actually forcing a flash out of Sudsy off the attempted chain from Cinna. So just a trade of those summoner spells in the mid lane, and now we'll see what Clueless wants to do. He still has a couple of camps left, but Chad certainly getting ahead the longer this game draws out.
Oh yeah, you think Clueless is actually going to gank a lane for real? Like let's just be real here, Grapes. This man is hitting till 6. I put my finger over where Nocturne's like little portrait is, and until I see that ultimate thing light up, that champion's not real on my screen.
He did. You could argue that he was a part in forcing that flash. So just some small things. You'll mark it a little bit. You'll type the summoner spell out, and then once you do hit level 6, I think mid lane becomes a crucial target for this team.
For sure. I mean, you already now have gotten the teleport as well. Clueless is going to be, I'm trying to do this mental math in my head, 4 camps away. Ooh. Oh, Chad actually stole some of those, so it's a little bit of gold. I don't think the experience is going to matter all that much, but missing out on that ultimate and being able to punish someone like Sudsy, who no longer has those summoner spells, could be the key. Now you see this? Got push in mid, they played it, they put 3 people in mid to try to get this, immediately move into Fog of War and try to get vision. King Clueless, all he has to do is just farm his camps, and for Gentle Hearts in general, protect your jungler, protect your side of the jungle. You want to make sure that if Nocturne can get to level 6, that first Nocturne ultimate is basically like TF. It is one of the most important in the game because it dictates how the rest of the game is going to go for you. Huge wave crashing here, and they have to know that Viego's on the bottom side, so they're going to get some plates, and they're going to get the first dragon of the game.
Well, I mean, that's a big advantage going towards Neo and Dardoch at this point in the game. So 20 CS lead plus 2 plates, and with that pressure, they get the dragon as well. Alarm chucks Varric out very, very low, and will force him back to base as well. So despite no kills going over, Mirage Alliance firmly in control here.
Just strong laning, and something that we should expect from a team that we said was supposed to be first. They fell in the first qualifier, they lost to Team Ambition, came in second seed, I think with a bit of a chip on their shoulder. They said it in their interview with Alarm that we had, like, we should be, we shouldn't be making these dumb mistakes. The only time we lose is when we make stupid decisions, and so hopefully this qualifier too, and if we do end up seeing them at promotion tournament, most likely, we need to see them kind of hone in on that, because the Challengers League teams are there for a reason. They promoted last split, and they're looking to try to defend their spot. They've had time to be playing against much better competition than here in the qualifiers. Mirage Alliance are filled with talent that could very easily slot into any one of those Challenger teams.
Absolutely, and at this point, with all the upsets that have happened in the upper sides of the brackets, in qualifier number 2, we are definitely looking at Mirage Alliance as being a clear favorite to, at least lead the way for the qualifier teams in the promotion tournament. So seeing a good laning performance out of them right now, definitely going to be important as we continue to go through the rest of this event. Of course, there still is the opportunity for some of our other teams to step up. We just haven't seen that yet. And if Mirage Alliance can pick up a clean victory here, tie themselves at least in first place, in terms of points, good start for them. Up on the top side again, Alorum also just destroying Barrack in this lane, a matchup that he counterpicked on R5. Just not going well for the GP.
God, yeah, I mean, unfortunately, Alorum was not put down behind very early on. Like, Barrack is going to be able to farm this Poppy a little later on, but it is going to take a large amount of items, and I wonder actually what Barrack's itemization is going to be, because Trinity Force has been the go-to for a lot of just gangplanks in general, but there have been some gangplank changes in the past, and especially going up against pretty tanky team like Nautilus. Viego is going to be building a majority of tank stats. Alorum on this Poppy. Champions that I think, there is a real possibility. I think there's an argument that Divine Sunder could be the case here. And now Mirage get the first Dragon. They get first Herald. Pink Lewis is actually level 6, and we haven't quite seen that ultimate. That is a flash out of Barrack now. So with Rift Herald taken, Barrack has to be so worried. Yeah, they could just go for the whole turret now, but I think they will actually want to keep him locked into this lane.
25 CS lead in the top lane, about actually evened up a little bit, but now in the mid lane, Sudsy is forcing Cinna very low on HP, but here comes the ulti. The Paranoid from King Clueless will secure Gentle Heart's first blood.
9 minutes 50 is our first blood. Rather late, considering, but that's also what we got in our first game of last week. That was a game that was a little bit slower as well, so first blood going over to them, that was just a good punish. Sudsy going a little bit too far forward. His flash is just now coming up, and currently we're watching both of these mid laners finish off their static shiv, and we'll see how they're able to affect the side lanes later on. But a minute before the next dragon, and so far, Chad has been just excellent at being exactly where he needs to, playing around top side when he has priority, playing around bottom side when they're about to crash a wave so they can grab the dragon, and so far we actually haven't seen too much of Gentle Hearts. Now that they're starting to pick up some items, and now specifically that King Clueless has his ultimate, I'm looking for how they'll actually be able to enter this map, because typically teams have been playing around trying to go for third dragon, and if you can't play towards the end, then your team just does nothing.
And now Barrack in a lot of trouble as well. He tries to get away from the stun with the cleanse, but it's not going to do enough to save him as Chad will pick up that kill. They have the Herald. I don't know if they are going to use it to take the entirety of that tier 1.
They can just use it on another wave. Like, you can use this bottom side. Chad can very easily just walk down here. Just a good punish, right? Like, you had already gotten the flash. He teleported into that lane. So, Gentle Hearts, a shining spot for them usually in the top lane for Barrack. He's just not having fun in this matchup right now, trying to play for scaling. And currently, Alarm and Chad are doing a great job punishing.
Ooh, Dardoch lands that dredge line, but might have gone a little bit too far. Pops the depth charge to try and stay alive, but now the response from Sandwich will be using that ulti to try and get a little bit more damage down. Another hook connects. Sandwich does not land the dazzle as the teleport comes in from Alorum. Scoop has both summoners and will stay alive for now, but the stun connects onto Sandwich, and he will fall. Now Clueless stuck in a
They can win
2v3,
this,
trying
though.
to win this one out, but he gets rooted up, not dying just yet, but the Moonlight Vigil out of Neo will be enough to take the second kill for Mirage.
If Scooped had maybe flashed forward to try to get damage onto Alorum, potentially that's a 1-for-3 trade there, but Scoop flashes backwards, they lose out on all the damage, and Clueless trying to go for that. He just does nothing in that situation. So Mirage, they're going to back, they're going to recall, put their bottom lane back into that lane, and start to look for it. Barrick is getting good damage onto Chad, which might actually buy a timer here for Gentle Hearts to start up this dragon. But they need to do it immediately here because the bottom lane is moving. Chad with the empowered recall should be able to get here very fast thanks to this Viego build. Need to be on the point, so maybe they're just trying to get some damage. This is just looking like a pretty rough timer.
Sandwich did not use the flash, try to lock down Sudsy. He had the summoner of his own, so he knew that I would just be traded. As now Alarm has returned to top lane, and Barrick has to get out of here. This is not the same player as Chad. Barrick will not have a good time fighting against Alarm, as now it's just going to be an easy solo kill for him. 3-0-1 on the Poppy.
Alright, so this gangplank is useless again. Alarm, at least last week, obviously up against Return of the Middle Six is a little bit different in terms of just seeding by itself, but Alarm is taking absolutely no prisoners here. This is a player that, yes, he fell out of playing in Academy, playing in LCS, but he's talked about in so many interviews that if his role is to just be a gatekeeper to playing in Challengers League and playing in Tier 2, he is more than happy with that. Like, you need to be this good to at least get into the league. And so far, this split, in the last couple splits that we've seen him play, he has been stand out in the top lane.
And now it allows for more pressure to be exerted bottom lane. Dardoch misses out on the dredge line, but Chad is here as well. The Cannon Barrage does come out and zones Mirage Alliance away. King Clueless pops Paranoia. They are looking to engage. They go in onto the Viego, but King Clueless will not get the kill as he goes down to Chad. And Dardoch will not live, or will live through it all, as Cinnamon has to die as well. What a fight from Mirage. They only lose one by taking 4.
I like how Dardoch was the one that had like 25% HP and somehow Chad's the one that died. How is that even possible, guys? Mirage Alliance just playing to their absolute limits at this point. They're playing with absolute no fear. They're playing with all of their item advantages. Gentle Hearts, I think they picked a pretty greedy draft, all things considered. Like, yes, great scaling, but they didn't actually do anything in the early game. They tried to play for lane advantages. They actually lost out in a large majority of those. You have a losing mid matchup. Top lane is never going to be fun unless you're able to destabilize that matchup. So Gentle Hearts, they just got punished for this draft. Hopefully they're able to come back into game 2 with a better kind of idea with how they want to play, because good focus from Mirage, right? You got rid of the Xayah, you force scooped onto this champion, you took away his Aphelios as well, so Mirage Alliance, I mean, now they're looking at a second dragon, which they've already started. Rift Herald is going to respawn in a couple of minutes here, so what do you do as Gentle Hearts other than pray that someone else makes a mistake?
That's basically all you can do at this point if the dragon gets picked up. It is a 7,000 gold lead for Mirage Alliance. And now their only hope trying to find picks like this, but Alorum might not go down without a fight. Barrick cannot even walk close because he knows one more combo could be enough to take him down. Alorum flashes away, but Clues is going to try to follow him up, and now Dardoch is here, and he will take him down. They finally get a trade back, though, as it is 1 kill for Scoop. The big shutdown onto the Poppy, and will try to run down Dardoch for a double, so they get a little bit more back, but just showing the advantage that Mirage Alliance are at in this point of the game. The second Herald is available, but because of the 2 kills that went over, it looks like Mirage are not going to start it up.
And this entire time, Sudsy is pushing on the bottom wave. He knows that he can't join for that kill. And despite it being a losing numbers trade for Gentle Heart, or for Mirage Alliance, they still grab the Rift Herald. Their jungler is down during this because of him dying there. They do have a small timer here. Yeah, they have a small timer here. Kaisa can join from long range, and Alarm is moving away from this. Gentle Hearts, I don't know if maybe it's a lack of decision, but this is something that we wanted to see from them. With this draft, you need to call your shots. You need to be on the ball and looking for plays. Maybe they're a little bit afraid because they don't have all their summoners quite yet, but In a losing position, you cannot try to go for 50-50 plays. You need to be going for, cannot greed out for 60-40s. You need to be going for plays that might look a little int, but are going to have to get you back into the game. By trying to trade even, you're just going to continue to lose.
And speaking of continuing to lose, that is definitely what Barrick is doing at this point. Here comes Clueless to just force him out, but they have no chance of taking this Poppy down.
They do 0 damage right now. They are what I like to call 0 damage composition, because it is all reliant on Scoop getting all of these silver bolts down with them just trying to survive, because not only do they have to live past Kaisa, they have to get past the Chad here, they have to get past Neo on the Cephalios. There are so many things that Gentle Hearts need to be able to get through, and they're not even on step 2 at this point. They're still on step 0 with this composition.
Goldie still at around 7,000 as the second Rift Herald will go towards the tier 2. Senna does a nice job with Static Shiv to shove the wave out and make sure that there are no additional minions to accompany Shelly on her journey in. So it will be the Rift Herald being taken down. Clueless now has no mana, and that means Alarm can just dive in onto the backline. Here comes the ulti, the Radiant Virtue doing a decent amount, but here comes the Moonlight Vigil, and Neo will destroy Gentle Hearts Gaming. They have already taken 3. Chad will get stunned up and defeated by Barrick, but the damage from Mirage is too much for Gentle Hearts Gaming to handle. It is still a 3-for-2 trade.
All the crowd control was during the ultimate from Tarek, and then as soon as the Cosmic's Radiance goes down, a massive Infernum ultimate coming out from Neo just rips apart Gentle Hearts. And that is all of their summoner spells gone as well, so this next dragon going to be going over to the side of Mirage Alliance. You're going to seeing the Baron spawning in 2.5 minutes afterwards. If they find an advantageous fight, that could be the Baron, that could be the end of the game immediately. Already an almost 9,000 gold lead here for Mirage Alliance. While Gentle Hearts, they're still waiting for this composition to come online, man.
I don't know if it's ever going to come online at this point, Oak. It's
by the time it comes online,
great.
Game 2 is going to be started.
Yeah, the draft for Game 2 maybe will look a little bit different as the composition, the scaling. If this comp does scale, works great, right? I mean, then you have tons of damage, tons of multi-threat access, but right now you're really looking at Scooped to do a lot of damage, and maybe Barrick lands a massive barrel to burst Neo out before a fight begins, but there's no way you're taking down Alorum before, Sudsy and Neo come in and just rip through the entire lineup.
Yeah, the one thing I will say, if there's ever a small glimpse of hope, Mirage Alliance do need to force objectives. They do need to still play the game out. The game is not going to auto-win. If Sandwich plays like this, then yes, it is going to be an automatic win. Scooped has picked up Rage Blade, which is going to help with him being able to actually bust through some of these tanks. And Barrick, I hope, is going towards LDR, because that will definitely increase their possibilities. Now, Barrick, are you going to teleport out of this play? Okay, Scooped is here.
Still waiting for the wave to come through. I mean, I think it would have been a tough dive for Mirage to execute on. Instead, maybe turning their sights toward the Baron. It spawns in 10 seconds, but Mirage is healthy enough and ahead enough to probably just start it up without any hope or without any, worry that a fight could go awry.
Gentle Hearts, start up the dragon. Start up the dragon. Start up the dragon.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Mirage Alliance instead going right towards Cinna. He flashes away to get out of the engaged range from Dardoch. And now it'll be Mirage Alliance starting up the dragon instead. They'll get their third of the game.
Alright, now start up the Baron, guys. Start up the Baron. Clear out all the vision.
Towards it.
No, you actually just have to at this point. But the dragon's already gone. Minion waves are just now starting to get caught, and while they try to clear out some vision, this is going to have to be a steal attempt. King Clueless, if they can keep his flash up, if they can keep this ultimate up, then maybe there's a chance for Gentle Hearts to be able to stall out for an additional 2 minutes, but it is all Hail Marys from this point on. As now, Cinna doesn't deal any damage. The only people that can actually match Alorum is Scooped. And you do not want your Vayne without teleport matching a champion that does have their teleport.
The Baron's still up, which means the Mirage Alliance can kind of turn towards that whenever. And when you have when you have a top laner that is this far ahead, that has that TP available, you can just stick him in the side lane. Either force multiple members to respawn to him and start up the Baron, or go to the Baron and have Alorum kind of rip apart the base on his own. 21 minutes into this game, the gold lead has stabilized for a little bit, but that's not saying too much because it's still about 8k in favor of Mirage.
All Gentle Hearts copers. 950 gold is the magic number. That is the combined cost for the components that are inside Barrick's inventory right now. He is so close to LDR. If he can get to that point, I think if they get the absolute perfect team fight, Gentle Hearts can win a fight. I don't want to talk about winning the game. They have a lot of turrets still to get through. Senna is currently still hitting the bottom wave turret. This Baron is started.
It's at half HP. Senna teleports in. This could be the fight that decides the game. Alarm misses out on the ulti, and the Baron will reset. But Sandwich dies before the ulti is even proc. Clueless dives in onto Chad and will take him out. And Scooped is still alive, hitting on to Alarm. He forces the flash out of the Poppy. Dardock's engaged, goes wide, and it's just the 1-for-1. But with the jungler down, Mirage Alliance have to go back to base.
Any even trade with a team that is ahead is a winning one when you are behind right now, and Gentle Hearts Gaming will take that. They will take Chad going down. It also is flash away from Alorum. And even looking at this, they are starting to pick up some gold, right? Like, the game still definitely in favor of Mirage Alliance. A small stumbling block, and we'll see what they'll be able to do, but it buys Gentle Hearts a little bit of time. 2.5 minutes before that dragon spawns. Baron is still up and on the cards. Anything is possible right now. Mirage Alliance still have their foot on the gas, and they can very easily close out this game. They just need to be able to actually hone in and play around these two marksmen who are very strong in their own right. I know we've been talking about Alorum, but right now these two are incredibly strong. We saw Neo actually burst open the team fight. That's how we got to this point in the first place. But
yeah, and he hasn't died yet either. So 3 items for Sudsy already coming up soon, and 3 full items plus boots for Neo is definitely a good sign for Mirage, who also, want to be the ones to start this Baron up, force the engages. They just have to be a little bit careful to not go too far, because Gentle Hearts, if they can single out a single target, with Scooped on the silver bolts, can be a situation where you go 1-for-1, and then the game kind of levels out, like we're seeing again, as Mirage Alliance will go back to the Baron. They will be spotted out here by the Rift Scuttler, and a teleport is coming in.
If it wasn't for that ward right there, they would not have seen this. They all try to sneak in right there. So now, here we go. Baron's going to be taken, but can they actually get out?
Okay, the Baron is secured by Neo, but a big barrel will land. Neo is stunned up. He flashes away, and with the Moonlight Vigil, he will not go down. It is a 2-for-0 already. Scooped is still alive, but may not be for much longer as Barrett gets dashed on by Alorum, and it's a 4-for-0 for Mirage.
All right, Gentle Hearts, I get this sense of urgency, but we could at least wait like 5 seconds before Sandwich has Cosmic's Radiance. That was just a pretty big mistake coming out from them, and that should just be the end of the game. They have a mid wave. They're going to even be able to play through bottom wave. I don't think Scoop can clear all 3 minion waves at the same time, unfortunately. He's going to throw up the thumbs up, and that should be game 1 going over to Mirage Alliance.
A dominant game from start to finish as Mirage Alliance are looking to close out this first matchup in the upper bracket against Gentle Hearts Gamers. The Nexus towers are under threat. The hook lands onto Sandwich. The Cosmic Radiance comes out, but only Scooped will live to be invulnerable. Clueless has respawned. The wave getting chunked out, but I don't think Mirage care too much. They land the stun, and they will kill the main carry and Scooped. It's a double kill for Neo as they're just cleaning house, patting those KDAs a little bit more as more kills go through, and game number 1 belongs to Mirage Alliance.
Fantastic stuff from them. They dominated not only through laning phase, they didn't need a lot of kills. Great early vision setup as well. Rather clean game, especially for a team that we have been making jokes for a little bit now about their sleepy allegations, their inability to maybe close out game 1s. That was probably the cleanest 10 a.m. game that we've gotten from Mirage Alliance in a long time. Yeah. In a long time. So great stuff from them, and what we should expect from a team that should be top 2 at the very minimum.
And I mean, they look pretty good that entire game. I think I would have to agree with you. That's one of the cleanest games we've seen from them all tournament long. And if they can keep up this level of play, it should be an easy road into the playoffs and beyond as they move towards the promotion tournament. Let's see if Gentle Hearts can bounce back, though. They'll have side selection for game 2. We'll be right back in a couple of minutes.
It's time to get recharged with Alk Battery, a recap of the LCS Challengers League qualifiers. 8 best of 3s, and 18 games later, we've had an incredible round 1 of the group stage. 3 of our top 4 from the last qualifier all immediately fell to the lower bracket, and let's just get into it. Group A was our one bastion of safe predictions. Mirage Alliance convincingly took a strong 2-0 over the return of the Middle Six, with Game 2 being the closest and maybe the spiciest thanks to a nice Trundle counterpick coming out from Alorum. Gentle Hearts Gaming made quick work of Komodo. Combining strong lanes with competent team fights, this team is surely going to be in that top 8 form that we saw back in Qualifier 1. Special shout out to Bear, whose incredible Renekton performance in Game 2 deserves a highlight.
What is this champion? Wins the 1v2.
Team Ambition faltered against Teamless Revenge. The TA Mirage Alliance Grand Finals dream is dead as Krakodon's Kindred went 21-20 between 2 separate games. One of the 2 series to go to 3, Team Poachify needed the wake-up call from the Grandpa Gamers as they cannot slack going forward. They want to try and make that promotion tournament. In Group C, CB Gaming had Coach Colthrow stepping in, and the team felt more cohesive than ever. Cycle was just as reliable, and the team was really able to rally behind Flexo, who had stumbled just a bit and still found great spots for the team. K2 is set to step back this week, so we'll see if the performance can be replicated. Team E Turner proved their seeding against the new roster of Aproia. Game 1 had some back and forth, but an excellently played Jason Ziggs stopped any chances of a loss. For your own personal health and for viewing experience, I would ask you do not watch Game 2 from these 2 teams. Group D might have been the group of life, as really anybody and everyone can compete here. Cold Hearted take a nail-biter Game 3 up against Lit Esports as Cupid's Ash strikes true against Sajid and Plux. Apex Mission Impossible stepped out of the expectations of the broadcast again, and with hype, they look ready to make another run to top 8. CCG still seemed lost at the mid-game, with Hyper not fixing this team as we expected. We'll see what game plan CCG comes with as they face Lit this weekend. And that's it. Now the speed run's over. We'll see you over on July 29th and 30th over at twitch.tv/RallyCryOfficial and RallyCry2 to see who comes out first in the groups.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you're recharged for Game 2. Might need to put a clown face over my icon here if the game continues to go well for Mirage Alliance, because they are looking very solid and are en route to making their way into the quarterfinals very early with a 2-0 for Gentle Hearts.
Seeing them in the quarterfinals is what we expect. Seeing them not bomb out of the semifinals is what we're hoping for, at least for this team. Unless it's a banger matchup, right? Like if maybe we get to see Team Ambition do it again, then they have no reason to cope anymore. The Mirage Alliance, you got owned, unfortunately.
To be fair, it was a banger matchup in the semifinal. So like for last time for Mirage Alliance. So we're talking about them like really disappointing. I mean, it was like a base race. They were up 8,000 gold by the time the game ended, like as they lost. So if things went a little bit differently, maybe we'd be having different narratives being thrown around. This team still has been very, very solid, and we see that once again here as they are getting ready to try and pull off the sweep. Gentle Hearts Gamers have selected blue side, so they're going to be swapping things around and hopefully changing up that draft just a little bit.
You know, Grapes, you never let me be toxic towards these teams, man. Like, I just want to call these teams, like, garbage sometimes, and
we're
you're
positive gamers.
You're like, but no, Dimitri, please, like, it's fine. Like, they're doing these great things. I'm like, that was bad. That was garbage. Like
it was bad.
Like we expected them to be first, and they got owned. Like they admitted it themselves, right? Like it was a dumb decision to try to go for a base race there. That is not something that they have shied away from, and I don't think it's something that we should either. We should expect a lot out of this team. They have former LCS players, for crying out loud, on this roster. We should be seeing them absolutely piss stomp this entire tournament, and that is not the case. I know that they have said that the tournament feels pretty weak. I've seen other teams say that the teams are actually getting pretty close in terms of quality between them, even with Mirage Alliance. So I think the perception versus reality is going to hit very hard this time around, especially not only because it's qualifier 2, it's the last possible qualifier to get into the promotion tournament, but we also have the winner of this tournament getting the highest seed for said promotion tournament. So winning this is honestly more important than just the last qualifier alone.
Yeah, and it does that. Having the higher seed actually is important because it means you have an easier first round. You'll play against the 4th seed out of the qualifier teams first, and then you'll match up against Supernova if you are able to beat the other qualifier team in that first round. So it's a pretty easy route to try and make your way throughout the promotion tournament. So seeding does become very important for any of these teams, especially when if things are as kind of hectic and volatile as they seem to be right now, locking in that first seed is going to be very important just to add that extra advantage for yourself.
Those extra 10 points will mean a lot. Team Ambition are actually going to be playing tomorrow, if I'm correct.
They're playing later today.
Oh, they're playing later today. Okay. My entire visualization of the schedule is so completely in whack because we've had to change some of it pretty frequently. So hopefully we'll be looking to try to get into draft soon, but one thing, Gentle Hearts have chosen blue side this time around, and so I think that'll have a pretty sizable impact, at least in my opinion. We saw that the draft from Gentle Hearts was a bit incohesive. It's really hard to play the game as a jungler by yourself when you have a lot of losing lanes. It's also just hard in general to actually win a game when you've decided we're going to try to hand sift these players. We're going to try to say that coming into team fights, we're going to be better than this team. And going up against Neo and Dardoch, as well as just the rest of this roster, I think that is a very ballsy gambit to throw down when, let's just be honest, Cheese Chasers, you got 8th last time, and that was because you lost to Lit. Now, Lit are a good team. They have made a lot of changes, and we'll see what their performance is like later tomorrow, but you need to step it up. Being 5th means nothing in this tournament other than you got some extra prize money. If you make 5th in points, that's awesome. You're not making promotion tournament.
And for Gentle Hearts, an opportunity maybe has arisen for them with teams like Winthrop, TA, and Lit all struggling as that next team up. If one of them falters, Gentle Hearts all of a sudden is in contention for making the promotion tournament. But that's not going to happen if they fizzle out here in the group stage as well. If they both kind of lose in quarters or whatever it may be, it'll still just be the top 4 teams moving on regardless. And so for Gentle Hearts, of course, you still have an opportunity to get into the quarterfinals now later on if you do fall here, but even putting up a fight against Mirage Alliance would instill a ton of confidence both into them and the rest of the scene that this is a squad that's going to have to be feared as we head in later on in the event.
And we'll see what they're able to do. These are players on Gentle Hearts that we have seen them kind of reach, but I think the one thing that is lacking for a lot of them are results. You look at Barrick, not really been able to put up too much. King Clueless as well, a similar kind of vein there. Senna, I said this last time we got to see this roster, but Senna has not actually evolved in terms of the larger kind of identity of this player, aside from, hey, I'm the guy that beat Golden Guardians a couple times a couple years ago, and it's been a reasonable amount of time that we need to see a player like him kind of step out of the shadow of that. Because if that's your only accomplishment, that's basically like peaking in high school. You need to just move on. I'm sure he doesn't really care about it anymore.
He was in high school when he won.
Yeah, I mean, literally, I want to see a player like him because he is exciting. Senna has great moments. When we've seen this guy step up, it has been really awesome to watch, whether that be on his Syndra, stuff that we even saw in the Komodo series. But he needs to move on from that point. We need to see Senna. I personally would love to see Senna step into that new echelon of up-and-coming freshman mid laners that, could be in a couple years looking to try to start taking Challengers League spots.
Do you think Senna has the varsity jacket right now? Do you think he's wearing it
he's
as
he's
he's
not
on the
allowed
rip
to
for
wear
game
it.
2?
He's not allowed
right
to wear it right now.
That's you said peaking in high school. That's kind of the embodiment of that. He still has his Mercenaries jersey from 2021 as he gets ready for game number 2 of this series. I don't know. I think Senna's had some moments, but I agree that taking that next step would be a really cool sight for him and the rest of the top side of this map for Gentle Hearts gamers. You have King Clueless and Barrick, who have had success on different collegiate teams with Senna in California, either on UCI or UCSD, and haven't necessarily gotten to that next step where we're saying for sure that they are players that are worthy of stepping into Tier 2 in the future. They can continue their performances right now. I know Barrick has had a very solid summer split, but just the rest of them continuing to have good performances to help Scooped out a little bit, because Scooped has still been playing well, but just getting those pieces around him to work is going to be very good.
Yeah, again, Scooped and Sandwich, they don't have a lot of results to their name either, so Gentle Hearts, formerly Cheese Chasers, they're really trying to make their name here. And talking to Scoop, he was like, hey, it's really fun that next week I get to play against Neo, because that guy is LCS, playing in Academy/Challengers League. Like, this is a player that should set the bar for a bunch of our bot laners here, and I think Neo has done just that. He has been one of the most consistent players for Mirage Alliance in every single one of these games. I don't think I've seen a bad Neo game, and if it's a bad Neo game, then it's like godlike amongst the other AD carries here in the qualifiers. That's how it should be, and I think that is the correct kind of assessment we should have for this team, where Scooped has been very good in Tier 3. We have not really seen him being able to take that punch up above the weight class, go into Tier 2, and start taking names and sweeping lists. But if you're to start with Neo, right, if you're able to be very competitive there, I think it bodes well for this team. And for Mirage Alliance, you are a team that is looking to not only qualify into top 4, to smash this tournament, to then, take all these kids' lunch monies and, go first, take all that prize pool, go in a promotion tournament, and again, rip some of those names out of the Challengers Leagues yourself.
I mean, just thinking about the teams that they could be facing right now, Alorum and Dardoch, they were a part of Team Fish Taco in the spring split. And if they, end up matching up against them, maybe some personal vendettas are held. I don't know. I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth right now, but
okay,
that could be a narrative that we could be starting to plant as we head into the draft for game number 2. As we mentioned earlier, Gentle Hearts have opted over towards blue side, which seems to be the side of choice here on 13-13. Won't mean that Barrack has that counter pick, but that gangplank into Poppy didn't do a whole lot in game number 1, so maybe prioritizing some of those power picks is a better strategy for them.
Ooh, and it looks like bans are staying somewhat the same. Maokai staying a red side ban. I wonder if this is going to be another situation where Mirage Alliance are going to be getting rid of the Annie, Kindred, Ziggs, similar things to what we saw. Instead, banning the Kaisa. They are on red side, so you always have to worry about that being a response. Where is Rel? Guys, I know Dardoch played this last week. I know Chad can potentially pull this out, and I would not be surprised to say that, Gentle Hearts can definitely have a rel. This champion is OP, and we should be seeing more of it. Now, Poppy getting taken away, so Lorem is going to have to pull up something different. I think this champion is uniquely situated, because not only is it very strong, but it's also a very strong flex pick for Mirage Alliance.
Speaking of flex picks, that Tristana and the Kaisa also taken off the board. That rel is kind of that lone power pick remaining now, and so it will be selected here by Gentle Hearts. I know that Sandwich can play this pick. I would not be surprised to see Clueless pick it up either.
So, looking at Mirage Alliance, what are your options? You could go for Sejuani here. I think Sejuani would be fine. It is just a blanket, generally evergreen, very good champion to try to go up against. Gentle Hearts have not really shown that they are big Trundle players, but Xayah was also a champion that got taken away pretty early on in the draft by Mirage Alliance in the first game, and so now taking this away does mean that some of that engage from Rel post level 6 is going to be very difficult, and I wonder what Gentle Hearts are going for, because you need range to be able to deal with Xayah, and currently the big options in a Tristana or a Kaisa are taken away.
We'll see what the matchup ends up being. The Annie was banned in game number 1 against Senna, so it is going to be selected. A little bit of point and click might help Gentle Hearts' composition a tad, as we'll see what they round out here. Maybe an 80 carry to match up against Xayah. You
could also try to just... Yeah, I think you just pick a marksman here and just try to keep your flex. I like the Annie because it is a lane counter up against the LeBlanc, but I think it is way too telegraphed as to when you're going to try to go for engages, and especially if they're able to grab this Melio. Mirage Alliance are basically just setting up for Neo to never, ever feel threatened. I think Gentle Hearts really have to overextend themselves to be able to, kind of get in. You have to throw the Rel ultimates on all her engage, and then the Annie ultimates. So timing is going to be very, very key for them. And if maybe before fights they can get the ultimate out of Neo, that'd be great. But I think as is right now, this is a really tough position to be in as Gentle Hearts. We'll see if Barrack can save them a little bit. You also still have that pick for either Clueless or Sandwich, depending on where that rail goes. And you can see that they're targeting top lane once again. Mirage Alliance banned the Renekton and the Darius in the second phase in game number 1. They know that those are two picks that go very well into Alorum's champion pool as a whole. So getting those off the board, I would not be surprised to see that once again.
We'll see what Barrick wants to throw out this time, because the Gangplank was okay, but in the right matchup definitely did not go its way. So we'll see if there's other pickups. I know this guy definitely likes to carry, and that probably will be what Gentle Hearts need in this
The
comp.
Trundle ban is pretty interesting. Tells me that they really want to go for an aggressive matchup. I think Olaf starts to be, start to kind of get those gears turning as to what Alorum and Barrick are going to be trying to play up in top side. A couple of more bans to try to get through here as they get rid of the Darius here for Barrick. So options to take away from Alorum. Not only Trundle, if you're going to try and go for, the Gwen, I think that your top side is very AP heavy at this point, and you're trying to look to see what Alorum is going to pick. Maybe he tries to just go for a blind Urgot. I think that'd be pretty ballsy of Alorum to try to go for.
Yeah.
Getting rid of tanks, however, Alorum, you have a lot of different champions just outside of the meta, not even just including Ornn, but Sejuani is something that we've seen him play in the past as a blind. Things that could take advantage of the fact that Barrick doesn't have a lot of options left.
We'll see what Barrick ends up selecting. It will likely be a blind for him, as that Jarvan will go towards Chad in the jungle.
Okay.
As now I am very interested in what Gentle Hearts want to do, because you can pick things for Clueless that can outpace the Jarvan pretty heavily and maybe leave Barrick on a bit of a weak side. Not necessarily the composition style that they have gone with throughout the qualifier, but maybe works now with their backs against the wall.
I'm trying to think of hard engage. We were wondering whether or not the rel was going to be there. Okay, so more and more dive. Gentle Hearts are looking to try to overload Mirage Alliance. Any squishy member that gets caught out is go. We just need to find a single kill to start fights.
Really?
And after that, I think it's a little bit suspect. Barrick, there's no way
Woof,
you are
woof.
blinding
Woof, woof.
Nasus.
Woof woof. I mean, Alorum loves playing tanks, so it could be a matchup that he wants to go for, but no.
Okay.
The Gwen going to get locked in. I am almost guaranteeing an Urgot here on
Yeah.
R5. This is a matchup that Alorum really likes in the top lane and works pretty well alongside the rest of this Mirage Alliance composition.
It's funny, I remember seeing this matchup a couple of months ago, and I think Niles was in the chat, and he was like, this is a Gwen favored matchup, and then proceeded to watch Alorum absolutely destroy this matchup and be like,
Oh,
okay. Well, not the Urgot this time, so taking the Gragas instead, so a lot more of engage does give Alorum some ability to actually start fights, but again, it's all anti-dive from what we're seeing from Mirage Alliance.
And that is pretty good against the full engage comp that Gentle Hearts have set up for themselves. So works kind of both ways. And right now, Gentle Hearts is really going to have to put their foot on the gas early, I think, to make sure that they're ahead enough that even if you try to counter the engage of them later on in the game, their wallets are just too big for them to handle.
The thing for Gentle Hearts, when we look at their composition, is they all want to go in at the same time. Rel wants to go in, you drop the Annie on top of it, but with how Gentle Hearts have kind of built, or how Mirage Alliance have built out their composition, you actually want to layer them, so you do not want to use all of your spells at the same time. That's typically the case for crowd control, but especially in this case, you want to wait for Xayah ultimate to be down. And that is going to be so key. If they can get summoner spells out from Neo, if they can play around the ultimate timer, that is when Gentle Hearts will look very, very strong. Otherwise, I think it's very difficult when you have such non-committal champions like a Gragas, like a LeBlanc. These are all champions that can very easily get away, and not even to add the Melio that is going to be next to them.
Flanks are going to be very important for Gentle Hearts gamers. They have the Gwen, they have a Rel that they can really hard engage with, but the pieces, the abilities to escape for Mirage Alliance, definitely going to be big. And hey, they have some engage of their own as well with Chad Jungle. Speaking of, he's going to spot out Gentle Hearts as they go for a bit of a late invade. Not going to find anything, though, as we have jumped onto the Rift for game number 2.
So getting early vision onto Chad is very important, as you can see. Chad is going to be clearing all this out, but too late for him to actually flip his pathing and go towards bottom side and still be pretty efficient. So he's going to be starting on this top side. Chad has a couple of options here. We've known Chad in the past be a level 3 psychopath and try to go for ganks there, but if he does go for that, these lanes are not very mobile early on, and definitely something that he could look to try to punish.
Sinna just started E. I never have seen that on Annie. I guess just trying to auto attack, use that range advantage, and soak up a little bit of extra damage. This is a champion, the Jarvan, for Chad to really kind of go back to his old playstyle of hard engaging, hard ganking level 3. The bot lane going to be under fire, I think, very early on here.
Well, guess what? He did that on Viego last game, so I think it is just a Chad playstyle. It doesn't matter. You put him in the game, he's going to play a lot of it basically as different.
Okay, not level 3? Level 2 instead, I guess.
There we go.
Red buff straight to the bottom lane as Scooped is still level 1. He has the flash, but Chad will follow with a summoner spell of his own. It's not enough damage to take him down, as now Sandwich actually doing a lot of damage onto Neo in the 1v2. He is now going to be collapsed upon, dashes away with the remounted W, but Chad will flag and drag forward to secure first blood.
Wow, the fact that Sandwich was putting down a lot of DPS, that is a level 1 Xayah, so the damage there is not going to be as potent as maybe if waiting for level 2, but Chad spent so much time on the bottom side. Is actually staying here as well. Clearing out vision, is going to move into his bottom side now, but level 2 and Clueless is level 3. I will say, Viego is not particularly that strong, but
hiding in a bush.
Oh, Dardoch can move as well. Dardoch has to be, I mean, this could be a collapse, and Cinna's getting soloed right now.
Yeah, this is a very rough spot right now for Gentle Hearts gamers. Clueless feels like he has to go for a play, invading onto the enemy blue buff. And now Dardoch is going to spot him out. The flag and drag does not connect. Chad is still level 2, and Sandwich is still level 1. But right now, it is the Jarvan winning out on the trade. The crash down does connect, and Clueless will secure the kill, but is traded right back as Chad will destroy him in the process.
Oh no! Wait,
and now Cinna?
Cinna's no! What is
okay,
happening?
No, that's okay for Gentle Hearts. You lose the wave right there. So
yeah,
that's a win.
It's a small win there. Unfortunately, King Clueless, I think, was trying to dodge out on a skill shot, and so by him flashing, he actually wastes too much time before getting into the possession for the soul. That's going to lead to a small kill advantage going over to Mirage Alliance. It's about 300 gold. A lot of that probably evened up by the fact that they are missing out on that wave, but it is going to be a wave now where Sudsy can crash this one. It's very much stacking in his favor, and if Chad ever needs him to, just move into the opposite side of the jungle. But Chad is so far behind. He hasn't even finished actually 2 camps entirely. He has 7 CS, which means he got partial. He got partial credit.
Yeah, I mean, he's helping his team get ahead right now. And Mirage Alliance sitting at a 600 gold lead. That's going to be all right for them. Does have 2 kills, so Chad has been able to get advantages in other areas. But yeah, definitely not in the farm at this point. Just hitting level 3. As now he's even in levels with Clueless. Maybe he looks for an aggressive play of his own on the enemy Raptors.
Look at this. Chad said, ooh, I could have done my blue buff. Or I can be in enemy jungle, get vision on Viego, and oh, he just used his stun. You see again,
Sudsy's coming down as well. Yeah, Clueless might be in a lot of trouble right now. He does not have the flash, and Sudsy does. 4-2 for Mirage.
Love what we're seeing out of the mid 2v2 for Mirage, playing around the fact that, hey, I died in mid lane, so the wave wasn't great, but you have priority from your mid lane. And because of this, and because of how much scrapping has been going on, there are, again, 2 plates going over to the bottom side of Mirage Alliance, and Scooped and Sandwich always have to be worried that Chad is going to, like, dive them under this turret.
Oh. That was a smart play by Dardoch right there, preventing the crash down from coming in. But it is right now, once again, Mirage Alliance extending their gold lead. It's about 1,500, even though Gentle Hearts have been the team going for, the plays that we were hoping for them to do. Sandwich Hex flashes over. Chad does escape the flag and drag.
Good
Doesn't
job from
take his
Gentle
blue
Hearts.
buff, by the way.
Nope, this is a level 1 blue buff. This thing is going to give absolutely negative experience here. I'm glad that Gentle Hearts are not just like sitting there and just catching waves and trying to do a little bit of reactive vision. They're actually moving in and starting to steal camps. It is only 1, and Chad has all of his topside camps actually respawning, so he actually shouldn't miss out on all too much. Clueless, though, his entire bottom side is warded, and that gives a lot of information now as to where Viego is going to be. Even Alorum now moving over level 6, might be looking for a dive on the bottom side, but really Mirage Alliance have really upped their vision game from last weekend, and this is providing them so much information to know exactly where King Clueless is going to be, and it makes it very difficult for them to actually go for any aggressive play, so Mirage continue to be up in objectives.
Yeah, and they're going to take this dragon very easily. Chad, despite taking 2 camps in the first 4 minutes, is now up in experience over King Clueless, which is kind of just how Chad Jungle plays when he is ahead. That dragon going to go down easily, and Mirage Alliance find another area to extend their advantage.
First Drake at 6.5 minutes. They are staying on top of these timers. I'm glad that this is the form that we're getting Mirage Alliance going into quarterfinals, right? Like, going into our elimination bracket, there is no lower bracket for you to try to play through. And as long as Mirage Alliance can stay on this form, can stay, you know, sharp as ever, then this is a team that, again, we should continue to fear going into the rest of this qualifier.
And yeah, right now it looks like they're doing just that. Continuing to find advantageous laning states. Barrack actually staying a little bit even with Alorum, which is an improvement on what we saw
True.
in game number 1. So shout out to Barrack for at least, you know, staying alive a little bit better. Gentle Hearts still need to find an opportunity to go for a play. And King Clueless with a huge engage on to Sudsy. The Timbers will follow, and Cinna secures the kill.
Knowing that Sudsy doesn't have flash, remember that flash was used to kill King Clueless, and right there, setting themselves up for success. Good job from them, and just a good timer, right? Like, King Clueless had already moved in for enemy Raptors. He stole that away. I think Sudsy was not expecting him to come from that angle because Chad was on his side of the map. Now they're trying to look for potentially starting up this Rift-tailed. Bottom lanes are not here. Scooped and Sandwich are stuck under their turret. Neo and Dardoch are more than comfortable with getting plates. So this should be them starting up this Rift-tailed, but Sudsy is already moving up. Neo and Dardoch are actually moving right now, so Gentle Hearts need to go for this.
Yeah, they either gotta go right now or get out quickly. It's gonna be a 50-50 on the smite. Clueless gonna hit the eye. It is secured by Chad as Mirage Alliance steals away the Herald. King Clueless uses the Heartbreaker to get away, but the bomb out of Alorum will secure the 5th kill for his team.
Super 3-pointer from Alorum. Feeling like Kobe on that one. Just takes him out, immediately eliminates King Clueless. We got our gold graph working. There it is. Okay, so you can see that Chad is absolutely rocking it and just...
Might be a little bit richer again as he will get the assist on to Cinna. Sudsy grabs the turret dagger at the last second to save him as well.
He's rocking him, and now he's absolutely socking him, no? Like, Chad went from 2 camps at like 8 minutes to just stomping this game right now. I think 8 minutes.
13 camps at 9 minutes? Just get all of them like that? That's how math works. Yeah.
He is, I mean, now he's just farming champions. Champions are the real gold generators at this point. Yeah. He's getting all this gold. Good job from Mirage Alliance. And while Chad definitely dipping into some older play styles that we tend to know him for, it's working. It's the stuff that's going to work, especially in solo queue, and definitely here in the qualifiers.
And it works as well, especially when your lanes are performing the way that they are for Mirage. You can see there Neo and Dardoch chucking scooped out. I don't know if he's going to even be able to stay as this next wave crashes in. Alorum with an HP advantage in the top lane, as we saw what happened there in mid as well. Barrack going to throw out the needlework to just try to shove this wave in, but it's not going to be enough to force a kill.
One thing I will say about this kind of playstyle that we're seeing from Chad is, yes, you can try to force ganks, especially in solo queue. If your laners are not listening to you, you kind of just have to, and hopefully they recognize that you're there. But here in a more competitive environment, and we've talked to Chad about this last qualifier, but this team really follows his calls. If he wants to go for an invade, his lanes will tell him if he can do that, and if they can, that they will set up their waves to do so. That level 1 was set up because Neo and Dardoch were playing aggressively, and it made Scooped have to immediately use the summoner spell very early on. And it takes a lot of coordination, so I'm glad that we're starting to see a form where Chad feels confident to go for these plays. I think back during his Challengers League days, and definitely in Academy, there are a lot of plays that just weren't supported. So it would, if no one's going to follow you on the level 3 invades, then guess what? You're going to look like garbage. Like, that's just how it's going to go.
But the rest of the team has been able to follow, and I think part of that, also just the amount of experience that is through this roster top to bottom. You have LCS games played on 4 of these 5 players. Sudsy just promoting into the NACL as well, has been in Tier 3 for a while. And so knowing how to, cooperate around a jungler who has a specific game plan, definitely going to help out. Herald popped in the mid lane. We'll see if Gentle Hearts can survive. Chad forces the stopwatch out, but he flashes back in and kills Cinna. As now Sudsy and Chad in a very good position to just go on and escape. The flag and drag comes through. Mirage Alliance are out scot-free.
They even get another turret play out in the other end of this. This is honestly an embarrassment of riches, and unfortunately for the side of Gentle Hearts, this is just an absolute shellacking that they're taking at this point. You see the turret plates, 4 in mid lane. When Sudsy is on, he is a beast.
Yeah, 3, 2, and 2. The 2 deaths are things that we can look at, but it's been the rest of his play that we have been very impressed with here in this game. Mirage Alliance making their way towards this Chemtech Dragon. That's going to be their second one. A 4,000 gold lead on top of it all, as they're looking pretty clean and en route towards that sweep.
Mirage Alliance, man, like I know we're talking about them a lot. I know that we've been kind of upping them so much, but this is a team that was considered the first seed going into the first qualifier, and rightfully so when you look at the names on this roster. Then they come in, they barely are dropping games against anybody. Eventually they do, obviously, in the first round lose a game to CB, which is surprising enough. But then they get into the quarterfinals match, they stomp Apex Mission Impossible. They get into their semifinals match and they do stumble, but that was a game, like you were saying, where they were ahead at times and definitely were in position to win. And so it seems, again, chip on their shoulder. Mirage Alliance are being incredibly dominant, and it is around the mid 2v2 in the early game. Sudsy, I talked about it, they do kind of feed off each other, and so far in this series, Chad and Sudsy have had no, big slip-ups so far. It has really been them. I say that legendary.
Just maybe cast a curse
nope,
but no, he's
goat.
too far ahead. He's too far ahead. He just flashes away and it's fine.
That's my goat Corey right there, okay? Put some respect on him.
Yeah, fair enough. He's been targeted a lot, hasn't worked out. Speaking of being targeted, that is what Scooped is right now. The Featherstorm comes out for Neo, but he will not take the Aphelios down, as Scooped will survive here. Cinna has to flash away from the Cataclysm, as Chad has gone for an invade. Sandwich looking to try and stun up Chad. The buffer does not work, as Chad continues his aggression onto Cinna. He flashes over the Dragon Strike and will take him down. Here comes Clueless, though, with the Heartbreaker to secure his first kill. And now, in Cinna's body, will try and even out the trade. That is a double kill for the Viego.
That's massive shutdowns as well. But during all of this, more plates going over to Neo and Dardoch. They are buying time for this bottom lane. As soon as that was actually just the caster curse right there. That was Chad and Sudsy playing off of each other and being like, yeah, we can keep going. Yes, we can keep going. Oh crap, guys, we can't keep going. Well, we died. It's fine. There's no objectives currently. It's 3 minutes before the dragon spawns. A minute before that, Rift Herald is going to be up as well. So we'll see what Gentle Hearts are going to be able to get. This is their timer. They are here first. They are going to be able to move their bottom lane straight into position. There are Hex Portals here available for Mirage Alliance, so we'll see how they use them. But they're right now going to have to be spending a lot of this time. I want to see Gentle Hearts call their shot. I think a big part of their losses has been lack of decision making and a little bit of being afraid.
Oh no, Scooped is so caught out right now, but Chad is as well. He flag and drags away, but is unable to get over the wall, and that's a shutdown into the hands of Cinna. It's a 1-for-1. There is no marksman for Gentle Hearts, but they do have a smite if they want to try their hand at a Rift Herald.
And another shutdown, but again, they're losing turrets here, so Gentle Hearts, either you start this Rift Herald or you go back to lane assignments. You cannot do both at this point. You are losing mid lane. You are taking way too much time to start up this Rift Herald. Chad is going to be up in 10 seconds. You have lost your timer on this play.
And they are forced out very easily by Mirage, and maybe could go down. Look at the positioning of Neo and Dardoch right now. Gentle Hearts Gamers a little bit trapped. They're going to have to fight their way out of this, and here comes Barrack for the engage. The needlework is unlocked, and Dardoch will go down. Sandwich's crash down does not connect on a Mirage Alliance player, but here comes Scoop. He's got the Moonlight Vigil. He's got a second kill for Gentle Hearts as Clueless jumps forward with a Heartbreaker and wins their fight.
And what is it with our Viegos in this? Last week, we got to see Excelsis on this Viego do work, and now they're going to be able to finally start this up. A massive gold swing in the favor of Gentle Hearts. They are not quite out of it, but it is a fight that they will take 9 times out of 10. Good DPS, and unfortunately a lot of the cooldowns were just not available for Mirage Alliance there. Minute before the dragon, they need to be able to reset and look to see how they're going to be able to contest this, because this is their dragon. This will be sole point for Mirage Alliance if they can grab this. And as Gentle Hearts, you do not want to be in this position where you have to fight every dragon.
We didn't mention this too much here, Alk, but Gentle Hearts definitely have the composition that scales. Unfortunately, this is not going to help them accelerate very much, as Sandwich will fall to Alorum. Cinna chunks Alorum down pretty well, but will not have enough damage, and here comes the Featherstorm from Neo. Cinna goes down, and Scoop is trapped in the Cataclysm, and disaster strikes for Gentle Hearts as soon as they have a sliver of hope.
That is one of the problem pieces there. Sandwich got caught out in an earlier game and starting to show more and more signs of that. Scooped getting caught out. We knew that he didn't have a flash coming up, but that just means Dragon should be going over to the side of Mirage Alliance. Clueless is nowhere nearby, and unless he makes a miracle steal, this should just be them looking to try to stamp their name on this series. It is 14-9 right now in favor of Mirage. 5,000 gold as well. Like, yes, it was a blip of a team fight, but you look at the items, Neo's already finished 2 here, and there is just going to be more and more of those across the board.
Yeah, in comparison, Scooped has 1. So that is the state of the game right now. Even though Scooped has had good fights, Neo
2 is
always finds a way to just be the strongest player in the game. No matter what game state he's put into, he will win his lane, he will be up 30 CS, he'll be up a full item at 15 minutes, and that's just kind of how it goes here in the qualifiers.
It's good stuff. Now we have this level up in, or the level XP differential. Barrick does have a lot, but it's going to be a while before he hits level 16 for a pretty big spike, and unless he's doing more in the side lane, I just think he's going to have less impact compared to a Gragas who just does the body bop and, you know, team fight's over at that point. So Baron spawning in 2 minutes, 4 minutes before the next Dragon. We'll see what Gentle Hearts are able to do. I don't think there should be any fights from the side of Mirage Alliance. They should be looking to keep pushing these side lanes, keep trying to take down turrets where they can, and really exert some of the lead that they already have.
Herald popped the mid lane as Gentle Heart's going to try to find some area to get some gold back, and this could be a big opportunity as well. Neo just doesn't have the Featherstorm yet and gets shut down by Scoop. That is the first of what has to be many steps for this team if they want to have a comeback, and this second outer turret will go down as well.
And Neo just getting caught there. He had no flash, no cleanse, and no ultimate there. But Dardoch has all of his spells available to him, so maybe a little bit of disenergy coming out from our 2 bottom lanes. That'll be 2 turrets now for Gentle Hearts. They use that Rift Tail that they had gotten. Massive win for them. While on the opposite side, Alorum, it's the split push Gragas. He got a single turret in top lane there as a trade. It'll even up some of that gold and get Scooped potentially back into a position to try to face off against Neo.
I don't know about that just yet. He's still pretty far behind. We'll see how much gold he has here on the back. Like, yeah, I mean, it was what, like 100, 200 gold shutdown, so maybe he has enough to pick up components. I'd be very surprised if the full item comes through. Maybe I'm just bad at math. Okay, just the BF sword in here for
Alright, this game sucks.
At this point.
Unfortunate.
He's got to do that again. Maybe kill Alorum, get another shutdown as well.
Just get a pentakill and you should be fine.
Yeah.
Easy.
That easy.
Yep, we got Dragon spawning in 30. I think Mirage very easily can just set up, if you are Mirage Alliance, like, you have 2 players, 2 champions that are going to be able to auto-attack very often. That is definitely kind of incentivized when we are doing this Baron. And you have Alorum splitting in the opposite side of the map. We don't see Gentle Hearts doing the same here, so trying to meet as 5, it will stop them, but Alorum's getting more and more solo gold, and Barrick, I think, over-grouping at this point, so Gentle Hearts trying to say, like, we're going to be stronger as one, really tapping into that Planet of the Apes vibes, but unless they actually start an objective and try to leverage their numbers advantage, you're just giving over free resources to the opponent.
But at this point, if you're not grouped up, Mirage Alliance can easily collapse, get 1 kill, and that's just easy, and that's just like an easy Baron secured for them as well. So you have to be very careful with your resource allocations right now for Gentle Hearts. They're finding a good opportunity here, as Barrick is going to force the ultimate out of Alarm. The last proc of the Needlework goes wide, but now we're starting to see a little bit of scaling come through for Gentle Hearts. Barrick closing in on that Cosmic Drive, now able to survive in a side lane against the Gragas. We have King Clueless at 2.5 items, Scoop nearing that second as well. But Mirage Alliance, they're gonna continue to push the pace. That Baron always is a threat with Neo alive.
Dragon spawning in a minute and a half. I think that's the play instead. There's no reason to go for Baron at this point unless you want to try and flip this as Mirage Alliance. Try to take the Baron while they're taking the Dragon. It will stop you from getting Soul for another 5 minutes, but Baron is going to help split push. We've seen Alorum do it time and time again. You have this LeBlanc with Static Shiv. She would have very easily proc on the side lane. Alorum's got to be careful. Like we were talking about, Barrick is starting to catch up in gold, catch up in minions. That's the Baron being started, calling the bluff of Gentle Hearts. What can you do?
Both top laners have their TPs to join their squads around the objective, but it looks like Mirage Alliance are going to back away. Scooped and the rest of Gentle Hearts maintaining their priority around mid. And actually, this is a winning situation right now
Yeah.
for our number 9 seed.
If Barrick had just stayed bottom lane, that would have been a fine play, but he's actually going to catch this top wave and try to fix something. Gentle Hearts, they get access into mid, which means that, I mean, for the time being, this should be where Sandwich is looking to try to put down wards. No one is alive on his side or in his area. They should be looking to try to get as deep of wards as possible to make sure that they can set up for this dragon. Spawning in 30 seconds. Mirage Alliance, what is your choice here? Do you go for the Baron or try to go for the Soul? The Soul is going to be so important. It is a Hextech Soul, which is just so broken, and especially for longer fights when you're trying to chase an Aphelios, trying to chase a Gwen, that slow is going to be so important.
There are good opportunities for TP flanks right now. However, the champions on Mirage Alliance are just too strong. If they fight a full-on 5v5, it will be them coming out on top. The teleport going to come in for Barrick as they want to stop this dragon. The Soul is at risk right now as Neo is already hunting it down. It's at half HP. How can Gentle Hearts get into the pit? Clueless needs a way in. The steal does not come through as Mirage Alliance claims Hextech Soul and Chad jumping in onto Scooped as well. The Cataclysm over as Barrick will shut him down. Gentle Hearts still in fighting range at this point, but it is still Mirage Alliance coming out on top.
No,
The Gale Force from Scoop picks up his second kill, but Neo's flashing forward and finishing the fight for his team. A double kill for the Xayah.
Scoop just got way too aggressive in that situation and unfortunately is going to go down. Mirage Alliance still have 3 members and importantly their AD carry is one of them. Neo just popping off in that fight. He had perfect position through most of it. And while there was some threat, I think the target selection coming out from Mirage Alliance wasn't perfect. As we saw Chad kind of bouncing between 2 separate choices there. And while Barrick, yeah, you're Gwen, but you were not immune in that instance. So the Soul going over, I want to say, throughout the qualifier so far, at least in Summer 2, Chad's smites have been on point.
Yeah.
He has taken so many risky 50-50s up against enemy junglers, whether that be him trying to go for steals or him originally on the objective. And I want to give props because smiting in that situation is very difficult. It obviously is a little bit of like a mind game, like, are you going to smite first? Or am I going to smite first? But it takes a lot of skill to do so.
And that's a big momentum shift for Mirage Alliance. You know, the Soul probably was was enough to get them a big advantage in that fight, but just the ability to have that confidence for Chad throughout the rest of this game is going to be big, especially now that you're playing against Clueless, who has been the main carry for his team at this point in the game. Now Scooped in a little bit of trouble. The Soul just going to do way too much. Neo is very strong at this point as it's a 4v5 for Mirage Alliance as they make their way towards the Baron. Gentle Hearts trying to find a flank, but Sandwich gets caught up by the Cataclysm and will be the second death for his squad.
I was going to say, man, look, Lorem doesn't have flash anymore. That's something that you could do with Right? Right, guys? That's
Nope.
just going to be the Baron. Let's see if we can see King Clueless get over. It'll be a one-way trip. Does not have flash. We'll have to use the Heartbreaker to get in.
There's no vision in the pit. He has no idea that this Baron is already down. The Turo Baron buff belongs to Mirage Alliance, and Barrick's life might as well.
Uh-oh. Well, Barrick, 07 salute. I gave you my Player of the Week award. I guess I didn't call it Player of the Week, but special shout-out for you on the Get Recharged. And it is, it's not...
Okay,
Oh
big
God!
ultimate. That's a shutdown for King Clueless. It is still a 2v4 though. The Heartbreaker comes out. It looked fancy, but it's just Neo going down. But it might be enough to save the game at this point. Scoop has respawned alongside Sandwich. It is a 4v3 as Mirage Alliance pushes in onto the tier 2.
He didn't take up the possession. That would have been, you know, space for them to go for
Oh,
it. But
no.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
they could just run him down. Never mind, never mind. Mirage Alliance are way too far ahead as the Cataclysm comes through for Chad and a double kill in for Alorum. That is the ace secured for Mirage Alliance as they're looking confident in this 2-0 sweep.
They've got Baron, they've got a Hextech Soul as well. I mean, there's just nothing for Scoop to do. We talked about how much backline threat this team was going to have. And unfortunately, it comes true here. Multiple members respawning. It'll be the last defense here for Gentle Hearts Gaming.
We'll see. Clueless has been strong, but I don't think he's strong enough to come back from a 10,000 gold lead. Plus the Soul, plus the Baron. You look at that Turo Baron buff, 4,500 already has been generated for them off of that one play alone. They're going to go back, get even stronger in terms of itemization, and go for that final push.
Wow. What a dominant game for Mirage Alliance. Again, we need to be setting correct expectations for this team. first seed coming into the first qualifier, second seed this time around after falling to Team Ambition. We need to see this team in the grand finals. I think it would be a disappointment to see them outside of that. Yeah, they'll probably make the top 4 to make it into promotion tournament, but as a team that we expect to be performing very well, they should be looking to make at minimum a top 2 performance here in the qualifier.
And for a little bit, there was some doubts about if Mirage Alliance would be able to do that, because there were moments of inconsistency, times where this team was not firing on all cylinders. But throughout this second qualifier, during their run in Group A, it definitely has looked like they have kind of fixed some of those issues and are looking to finish the job here against Gentle Hearts, make their way to the quarterfinals. That's an ulti onto Scoop, and the Aphelios is dead. Cannot even use his red-white guns to go for any sort of fight. A nice buffer from Chad as well, as he has been the main character throughout this entire series. It's a double kill for Neo, as Barrack will make it a more. 29 kills in 27 minutes as Mirage Alliance are pushing in. They'll make their way to the quarterfinals and pick up 30 more qualification points.
We thought it was going to be a little bit closer than this, and Mirage Alliance just say, yeah, screw that, you casters are dumb. Actually, it's not even casters, it's singular at this point.
Yeah.
Grapes, I'm so sorry for your prediction. I don't think we're going to be seeing a lot of upsets. Maybe Rally Cry 2 has one in store for us, but we're going to check in on that a little bit later. That is the end of that series. That is going to be Mirage Alliance taking a 2-0 and heading on as the first place out of Group A.
And they have guaranteed themselves at least a tie for first place in qualification points at the end of this week. If Team Ambition do make it into quarters, they will pass them again. But even if TA win their series now against Helix's Grandpa Gamers, there's still another series they have to play to make it to quarterfinals and to pass Mirage Alliance in the standings. So for now, Mirage Alliance are your #1 seed going into the promotion tournament if the season ended today. Of course, the season doesn't end today. They're going to have to continue to prove their worth throughout the bracket, which is where they struggled in the past. But for now, we're going to take a short break and talk to one of their players after this.
Girls are out of sight, never felt so good, now we getting fired. The LCS Challengers League is brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car-sharing marketplace. Find your drive.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LCS Challengers League qualifiers. We unfortunately were unable to get an interview with the winners for Mirage Alliance, as they had some other things that they were in the works of doing after that series has concluded. But again, congratulations to them. They have moved on in the upper bracket as our #1 seed, and they will be playing in the quarterfinals next week. And they are looking very good heading into the rest of this tournament. And if you are watching us here on twitch.tv/LCS_challengers, you will get the NACL playoffs coming in a little bit. Those lower bracket BO3s are going to be intense, so make sure to stay tuned here or on Rally Cry Official if you want to watch the remainder of the qualifier games. But it is time to get into our next series between Komodo and Return of the Middle Sticks.
Yeah, make sure you guys are hitting up the multi-Twitch, Rally Cry Official, Rally Cry 2, LCS Challengers. There is so much North American League of Legends always happening on the weekends. You get your fill, you get to glide from like Wednesday for like LCS usually, all the way up until Sunday for NACL action. So it's always a lot of fun here down in the qualifiers as well. So like you were saying, our next matchup is going to be Return of the Middle Six versus Komodo. And these two teams, we can get into the rosters really quickly here, but Komodo as a team has been kind of like this smaller organization. Yes, they have changed up a lot of their players, but honestly, they have not lived up to the expectations we have had from them. Every single time we talk about this team is, wow, these are really good players for Tier 3. We've seen them have some results previously. We need to see them do more, right? Like they're a top-seeded team for a reason, but they just never seem to really get it together, and especially in that first qualifier during summer, this team looked all over the place.
And now a very, very new look, not just from qualifier #1, but also in here within qualifier #2, as ZKG and Maddie are stepping in for Kitsuo and Barai for this lower bracket matchup. I'm not entirely sure why this substitution was made, whether it was a personal decision or somebody unfortunately was unable to attend, but some new faces coming in. And this should be exciting. However, we have to keep in mind that the expectations for this team maybe not as high as they were going into the summer split.
Sure. I mean, Komodo are a top 8 team, right? Like they have the seeding to match. They are #7. They need to actually prove that they deserve this, because last split they got a very similar kind of score and they absolutely bombed out. Now, yes, they did have an unfortunate circumstance where Aaron, their former AD carry, did have a power outage, but that doesn't excuse the fact that Grandpa Gamers were already manhandling them before. And so they already had stumbled and didn't make it into top 4 or to top 8. So now again, they need to prove that, and they're already in the lower bracket.
And they're going to have to win right here, right now, or else their season will end. But the same can be said about their opponents today. The #16 seed entering groups, Return of the Middle Sticks. They have kept their roster consistent, which I guess is a normal thing, but just something that we can bring out because of the fact that Komodo has not. In Cookie Crook, Dragowski, Max, Puppe, and Boy Wonder, this team had some decent moments against Mirage Alliance in last week's matchup. However, we haven't seen them really take control of the situation here in the group stage just yet.
It's been incredible to watch some of Return of the Middle Six games. They look like they could potentially be like a top 12 team potentially, but unfortunately I think some of the mistakes that we do tend to see from this team are the fact that players like Cookie Crook and Boy Wonder do fall apart when we start to get into the mid-game. I think that comes from a lack of direction for this team and not necessarily knowing 100% how they want to play out fights. There has been some brilliance. I think there's been standout moments for this team to be able to have like moments of clairvoyance, of clarity in their minds as to how they want to play. And when that happens, Dragowski, Max, and Puppe look incredible. But we need to get that consistently from them.
Yeah, specifically Dragowski and Max in the early game against Mirage Alliance had a lot of really solid plays. They seemingly had a game plan, which was attack Sudsy, and they did so successfully. However, the rest of the map was not able to, keep pace with them throughout the remainder of that series, which does make sense as they are our #1 seed, and we saw how dominant they were even against Gentle Hearts. But now against Komodo, a team that has looked a little bit more inconsistent, both in their roster construction and also just their play on the Rift, a little bit better play could go a long way here, as there's a real good shot for them to pick up some points in this game.
Return of the Middle Six are the only team outside of top 16 from the initial seeding to actually make it in, so they're the one upset that coming into this group we'll be seeing how they perform. By all standards and measures, they should bottom out, right? Like, they should go fourth in their group, and that'll be the expectation. Like, cool, you overperformed in best of one Swiss. That's awesome. Now best of threes happen, and suddenly you're out of the tournament. But we have seen promising things from this team, and Komodo are a team that can be very hot, can also be very cold, as we can take a look at the predictions from us here on the casting booth and the rest of the talent. I think rightfully so, it is a little bit all over the place.
split.
Okay, hold up now. I knew it. Okay, this is what I was getting angry about in the first series. I was right. Okay?
You did
I was
change
right.
like 5
It
minutes
did-
before the show started.
I changed it 5 minutes before the show, and that's unfair to our production team. However, I have no other there's nothing else I can say about that. I just want it to be known that I put them, and that this graphic is unfortunately incorrect, not at any fault of our production team.
I mean, you should have just made the prediction before.
I needed you to smooth talk me, bro.
bro.
You were giving me the honeyed words of Return to the Middle Six. You were selling me a little bit.
Hey,
so
I think this will be a fun series. I don't know exactly
Yeah.
if it'll be one-sided. Hey, we got to change. Okay, so
yeah, that's definitely
now
what backfired, guys.
This could just go completely wrong if Komodo end up winning. Then you just look like a total fraud. If we
Nothing
take
new.
apart everything, I don't know who's necessarily going to win or how exciting it will be, which kind of makes this a very volatile best of three, and I am just really excited to get into it.
Yeah, of course. When we talk about these two teams, right, like, they're two teams who should be on the rise, that should be looking to make a comeback, make a play going further into the tournament. But unfortunately for them, they are a team that is kind of, and both of them, I think, a little bit worrisome, but for different reasons. We want to see more out of Return of the Middle Six because they are a promising upstart team. We want to see more out of Komodo because they're a team full of names that have dominated in certain aspects of Tier 2, of Tier 3. We obviously have seen Doxa have those really high highs, but it's that ability to actually hit, peak form for a lot of these players. For Topo, for Maddie coming into this squad, who, while yes, is a different jungler compared to Kitsuo, definitely, I think, needs to be able to step it up if they want to have a performance here.
As we head into the draft, let's take a look at Komodo opting towards the blue side, and specifically some of the new players that they have. Maddie is a jungler that you mentioned that can have some pretty solid moments. You remember back to 2021, his time on Supernova, his time on St. Louis University, last year now St. Clair, making a top 8 CLO run. Still a consistent player in this Tier 3 space, and has some unique champion pool situations. That Lilia is something that I think might get targeted here by ROTM, as this pick is definitely something that Maddie could take over a game with.
For sure. And when we look at what we could see out of some of our other laners, right, we're talking about Dragowski and Max. They have been very dominant on two different styles. I think the Tristana being gone definitely hurts them, but they are on red side, and you just can't afford to give this champion over. I'm interested to see what Komodo's focus is going to be for the top side, because Cookie Crook up against Alorum definitely seems like he had a little bit of an issue, and Topo, while not known necessarily for a lot of his carries, is definitely a player that has been around a long time and should have a little bit more expertise in that case.
And a player like Alorum, who, while he might not always take over a game, he is able to play weak side well enough to stifle any hot new aggressive top laners that come in a lot of the time. You remember his time on Team Pending in 2022, where he really was able to shut down the top side of a lot of maps to allow for players like Masu to take over those games. We're going to look to see if Topo can do that here against Cookie Crook, who has had some exciting moments, because if he's able to do that, the rest of the map will be in a good spot for Komodo.
Ooh, getting that Poppy first, very strong. We talked about how much of a flex this is. Obviously, this is more so the case for a player like Alorum, but Topo especially, I just believe that if you're a tank top lane and you don't know how to play Poppy, that's probably a big mistake on your part. This champion is incredibly easy to play. And for Cookie Crook, we'll see what he can pick up, because he has been known to kind of pick some different carries. Darius has been one of them. I'm hoping that this Rumble is going to get locked in. This champion is just not okay with the kind of place that he's in. He overheats and then just stares at you and wins the lane. Like, it is very oppressive to play against.
And should be able to bully this Poppy out of lane a little bit better than the gangplank we saw as a response for Barrack in our last series. That is, if Topo is the one playing this champion. Cookie Crook gonna get his hands on a carry. We'll see what ROTM want to round out this draft with here on the first phase. It will be Isaiah going down towards Puppe, a player who has had some shining moments specifically on this champion.
Yeah, I think Puppe and Max have been the biggest kind of bombs for this team. When we talk about how well they've been able to play, it has been around their carries. Dragowski definitely being more of a facilitator and definitely having some carry moments when we saw him on the Viego, but I actually do want to see what this bottom lane looks like if they can kind of get to a nice early lead. It does require for not only Puppe but Boy Wonder to be on the same page, and that has been where I've had some of the friction with this team.
Yeah, just the ability to fully come together as one is where ROTM started to fall apart, because individually they have been able to make some decent plays, but just coming in and really, winning out on some of these late game exchanges, having that macro play is going to be something that needs to be improved for them if they want to have a chance against Komodo, who lock in their bot lane right now with a Varus Rakan. You take away that Xayah Rakan duo, something Kenji's very confident on, and that Lilia hover would maybe be a takeaway actually from Maddie if it's locked in.
Okay, I was going to say, there's no reason to pick Lilia here. It's not very good into what Komodo are showing right now. They have good poke with the Varus. They have the ability for Poppy as well to kind of do a ton of damage, if that's the case. I like this Nautilus as a response to the Rakan. We'll see what ZKG can do here. We've been seeing Barai on Komodo, but ZKG, like we said, stepping in for this roster for this weekend's matches. And Varus, so far against what Return to the Middle Six have actually, is very strong, good poke, is able to outrange something like a Rumble and a Xayah, which is what Xayah tends to struggle with.
Yeah, and we'll see if that Lilia gets targeted. Once again, we're looking for Komodo to lock in their mid jungle, or their solo laners, depending on where that Poppy wants to go here on 4-5. I wonder what Middle Six want to do with this last pick, though. Dragowski has been a player that likes having advantageous matchups, and I would not be super surprised to see him get this last pick.
Okay. There's a lot of focus going into kind of different parts, right? Like Dragowski, like you were saying, could be the last ban here. I think that maybe it could be. I don't think you want to play Viego into Poppy and Rakan. That just sounds awful to play, I'll be honest. Wow. Maddie's on this team, guys. Did we? I don't think they plugged in with
Dragowski
the
also
right jungle.
plays it, so that
okay.
is a valid
fair enough.
concern. However, Lilia Rumble just doesn't sound that great in my head, and just because it's a lot of magic damage, but to each their own.
Okay, well, I mean, right now you're just looking to try to pick up your jungler. I don't think there's a reason for Cookie Crook to show his top lane pick. I think that would be kind of setting yourself up for failure from a top side perspective.
Whoa, okay.
The Udyr here for Dragowski, which is definitely fine in that case. So now counterpick going over to Max. What's the answer here from KMD?
We'll see. I mean, getting that mid lane matchup for Doxa would have been ideal for Komodo, so we'll see if what he wants to blind here instead. That LeBlanc has been something that Dox has been really solid on alongside the Kai'Sa here this split. Unfortunately, both of those were taken away in the first phase, so we'll be seeing something different out of our amateur staple here in the mid lane. The Sejuani rounds out a very, very strong front line for Komodo, which means that Doxa likely will need something with a little bit more DPS.
Okay, well, in terms of DPS, something that can deal with Xayah and doesn't die immediately to an Udyr gank and has favorable matchups, I don't think there's much. Like, you can't really pick up the Syndra. I think if you're going to pick Zed, you have 0 AP damage. Okay, you're going to rely on Doxa.
Okay, he's going to get locked in. Blind Zed here in the mid lane for Komodo. Likely means that ZKG would opt towards an AP-focused build with something like the Static Shiv and the Nashor's Tooth to allow a little bit of extra flexibility in composition, because if Dragowski's allowed to just stack full armor, it's going to be really hard to win this game for Komodo, and we'll see the last pick for ROTM is going to be that Pantheon going into the mid lane for Max as somebody who can really lock this Zed down.
Okay, well, that's a horrible matchup for Zed. You have an okay matchup topside. Udyr farms this entire team. Grapes, I'm feeling it. It's coming alive. The return of the Middle Six Dream is feeling more than alive at this point.
I mean, it looks like Komodo kind of just picked champions that they want to play instead of focusing on, what rounds out their team composition a little bit better. The Zed blind is very, very peculiar for me, as I wasn't really expecting that at all. Komodo's composition looks kind of weird, but they have the players that have had experience at this level of success, and that is going to be what they rely on as we head into game number 1. Before we begin our series, have to take a quick second to thank our sponsors, because the LCS Challengers League qualifiers are brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car sharing marketplace where you can book any car you want for just about any occasion. You can forget about boring rental cars at Turo.com. As we're going to swerve our way into game number 1 very shortly.
Responsibly swerve, guys. Responsibly.
Yes.
Without causing traffic jams and all that stuff. We're definitely going to get taken off from this ad read. All right, well, Turo.
A calm turn, a calm left turn. You got your hands on 10 and 2, making your way into this
You're
game.
respecting traffic signals and making sure to make way for pedestrians.
Exactly.
For sure.
Yeah. That's what I meant. For sure. Going to the series, however. Best of 3. ROTM, you said the draft looks good. Do you expect it to be like more of an early game focus, or is it more?
So in the early game, it's really hard for Return of the Middle Six to do a ton. Like, they have a lot of good skirmishing power. They have a winning 2v2 matchup as long. Oh, ZKG also went the on-hit build. All right, this game's chalked, guys. Like, we just go ahead and go next. Like, this is.
Yeah, Dragowski buying a Frozen Heart very early, and this just becomes very hard for Komodo to deal with. And I think for Komodo, we're talking about early game, that's going to be their focus, because I think the only way you win this game is you drop like 5,000 gold at 10 minutes. And so we'll see how Maddie can operate on the Sejuani to try and get them to that point.
Yeah, I guess I should probably not hand wave the GGFF like at 15. Like, the problem right now that Komodo are facing is they have a losing topside matchup for the entire game unless Poppy's able to do something in the early game. That is the only part of the game where maybe there's something for Topo to be able to go for. Maddie does scale, but he doesn't have great access onto the backline, and someone like this Pantheon can very easily just throw up the E and take 0 damage from the entire enemy team. It's a losing mid matchup in favor of Return of the Middle Six, and then come side laning. If Pantheon ever wants to leave, he could just go ahead and affect one of these other lanes. And CKG, if he had gone for the poke build, I would have said is the one kind of, light, but now he has to walk within range of an Udyr, of a Rumble, of a Pantheon, and that's just never playable. So, not great.
Not great. We have a longsword start for ZKG, which signifies some AD. It could build into Static Shiv. We've seen some AD carries take the lethal tempo alongside the Shiv AP instead of the Halo Blades, but not necessarily the most standard stuff out of ZKG right now in this game. And I think that is going to really provide a lot of problems, because not only are you stacking AD, you mentioned the range. I mean, you just have a Rumble as well for Cookie Crook, who is going to be raining on tons of damage. The front line can be hard to kill as well.
Oh, I can't wait for Return of the Middle Six, and you see, like, this tank on Udyr and Nautilus, and even the Pantheon can go, like, what is it? Oh my god, what is this item called? Why am I forgetting this? It's,
like the Eclipse?
It's the, oh my god, it's AD armor. It used to have Omnivamp. It used to be really disgusting. Death Stance, thank you. Like, you just build that item on Pantheon, and what does Doxa do? Like, Doxa sees Death Dance, Eclipse, and Plated Steel Caps, and he just leaves the game.
Yeah, full combo.
And then he uses ultimate. He does the ultimate on, like, Puppe, and then it's Xayah ultimate. He does the thing on Cookie Crook, and there's Azzonia's.
Yeah, it looks like instead they're going to focus somewhere else, as Topo's going to flash him into the wall. That is first blood for Komodo. Not the mid lane, but they do get Topo ahead.
I don't know why I don't know why Cookie Crook is even there, right? Like, why go into the river where there's a potential for you to get ganked and, you know, Topo does have his flash? There's just really no reason, and that has been my biggest criticism for Cookie Crook is he has a very fantastic understanding of his lane matchup, of what he needs to do to be able to win, but I think his positioning...
Oh,
man.
man.
No, Max.
Oh, Doxa gets the trade. I thought if that last Comet Spear hit, Max would have been able to maybe tag the Ignite and take him down, but Doxa actually getting the solo kill here. So Komodo off to a good start. This is what we needed from them. Early lane advantages.
Yeah, Max also did land the spear shot onto, or the Cosmic Sphere onto the B stream. So I'm a little afraid for Nyarko and Summer, as they may have been potentially hit with that one, but seems like they're fine. I'm gonna just pray. We have not seen anything from our producer saying that B stream has gone down yet, but that is literally win or lose. If he lands that spear, it crits. It's the 4th sphere in the, so it's an empowered attack. He also has Ignite, so that would have been a winning trade there.
Yeah.
Fortunately, he misses that, and it means now Doxley has access to Tiamat early on, which with the Ravenous Hydra, this champion is going to be able to clear waves very, very fast.
And Komodo, they need to just keep going, keep pushing the tempo. As soon as Doxa hits 6, make a roam towards bot, take Puppet down, and get ZKG ahead. Then you have all 3 lanes winning. That's when you maybe have a shot here. The scaling for ROTM against the composition that Komodo have does not fare well for them in the late game. And so, you know, a 700 gold lead is nice, not going to cut it the rest of the way.
For sure. Still, we give the advantage over to the turn of middle 6. I do want to see how they play around early dragons, because early on, at least aside from the mid lane matchup, bottom lane is in a bit of a weird spot where ZKG can easily clear this by getting some poke down, but
Double root lands in
no.
onto ZKG. He has flash away. Puppy going to follow as well. One more auto, and that's a 2v2 going the way of Middle Sticks in the bottom side. Maddie here to try and re-engage. What a cleanse out of Puppy. Keeps him alive, and Boy Wonder will shut him down as well. It's a 2-0 for Middle Sticks in the bottom side. Jerkowski has joined the fight, and he's hunting Maddie down. He won't be able to get the kill under the tower, but what a fight for our number 16 seed.
Look, Puppet is a professional Super Smash Brothers player. They play Ultimate and they play Melee, so I already knew they had hands. But damn, them hands are clean, man!
Yeah.
Let's go!
Against ZKG and Kenji, the 2 bottom lane duo that has played at the top levels of collegiate League of Legends. And Puppet was somebody that we haven't really seen a lot of in this tier 3 space. You can take a look now. Big item advantage as he comes back to base. But our TM still have to be wary of the pressure that Komodo can put on. Dragowski gets knocked up by Kenji, but Max unrelenting in his pressure. Flashing forward, taking down Maddie. 3 straight kills for ROTM.
Doxa can join this fight, does have flash. They're trying to find out where Dragowski is, but that wireframe may have been... Oh my god, that was so close. I know that as an opponent, you can see the wireframe and you can be like, oh, I know where this dude here is. But they need to be very precise with where they're going. And we did see that Return of the Middle Six did take their back. I don't know if they quite saw exactly where they recalled. So there's a real possibility that they were afraid of potentially Nautilus being in that bush. And then they go in and they're like, ah, we have lost.
Yep.
A good bit of caution coming out from them. And that's just going to be
There they go.
Pantheon ult.
Another one on the Doxa. He might be the one getting solo killed here. The flash was used, and the Comet Spear gets ulted away from Doxa, outplaying this nicely. The death mark not enough to kill him, but Doxa will survive.
Wait, and Dox actually comes out big on this trade, because not only to get the ultimate, Dragowski has to come here and help him push out this wave, so maxing it into the recall. Doxa is going to regen all his health and TP back into this lane. What a fantastic job from him. Mechanically speaking, you know, Zed is one of the champions that he has like a little bit of an affinity for, similar to him and Robbie Bob. This is just like a pocket pick Zed that they have. But Doxa, he's a melee specialist. It's his Akali, it's his Sylas, and things like the Zed where he really tends to shine.
And kind of vintage performance right now in the early game for Doxa. He has played this lane well, although we said this Pantheon matchup would be tough for him. And so far, keeping Komodo in this game. However, off of that bottom lane play, Return to the Middle Six are ahead in terms of gold, with Puppet and Boy Wonder doing a great job in the 2v2. And for Komodo, I mean, I think Doxa has done well in lane. We need to see him get on the map a little bit more, and that's how this game can be won for the blue team.
And the last time that we saw Komodo versus Return to the Middle Six, it was round 3 of the Swiss, and Komodo ended up winning the game, but Return of the Middle Six were in position to win that. There's a few Baron steals actually coming out as contesting over this dragon. Ultimates are not available. Kenji does not have 6 here, and Boy Wonder does.
Oh, what a huge knockup from Boy Wonder as ZKG and Maddie will fall as Return of the Middle Six will punish the dragon start for Komodo and pick it up themselves.
I don't know why ZKG's just not using ultimate there. Like, yeah, Kenji doesn't have his, but you need to actually use them there. So, big mistake coming out from Komodo. They ended up losing the dragon that they started. Now they're down 2,000 gold on top of that. And Puppet is just getting more and more of a lead. It'll be another wave that this bottom lane is missing. And while, hey, the rest of the game is going even, Dragowski, while he's on Udyr, is going to just completely power clear his jungle much faster than a Sejuani.
6 camps ahead of Maddie at this point. And while the Sejuani has tried to make plays, it's actually been Dragowski more successful on his endeavors around the map. See the Merc Treads help him clear a little bit more. Going for that Demonic Embrace will do a ton of damage and be nearly unkillable in the late game, as Return of the Middle Six have opened up a 2,000 gold lead for themselves, and with this Herald virtually uncontested, they're going to try to break it open a little bit more.
Alright, they get this in complete topside control. Now Varus is not going to be here.
Equalizer comes out. Kenji still level 5, does not have the quickness as the support at 10 minutes into the game, and that will be an easy kill for ROTM.
How does Brother not have the ultimate? Okay, we need to get him Kleptomancy. We need to, one, re-enable Kleptomancy back into the game, and he needs to use his spells and get the skill up potion. There is literally no reason for him to not have ultimate at this point. Boy Wonder is at level 7 at this point. Like, it is mind-boggling. At that point, as KMD, you just can't go for the Rift Herald. You have to wait for him to hit level 6. Maybe they were expecting to pick up a kill there and have him get kill experience and be able to hit that, but that is a massive misunderstanding of how you're going to be able to play, and maybe a bit of miscommunication coming out from Kenji.
Yeah, just trying to go for that engage without having the ultimate is, while you're already behind.
He's near 6, man.
I mean, that's just a death sentence at this point, and yeah, Kenji needs to at least have that ultimate to have some sort of opportunity for Komodo to make these plays. And honestly, the chance for them to make these plays is quickly running thin as RTM continues to extend their gold lead. Doxa, I mean, he's not even really ahead at this point. He might get targeted here in the mid lane. However, Max
Kenji's still level 5.
gonna fight this out in 1v2. I mean, he had the charm. Would be a pretty good play on a Max, but he's able to get out safely.
Max has already finished the Eclipse, so this is only going to get tougher and tougher. Kenji, we have been 2 minutes. He has been sitting mid, is not level 6 at this point, so there's still no grand entrance for Return of the Middle Six. Good cleanse coming out from Puppet, who actually can
here's
find
the ultimate.
here.
Featherstorm will burst him down. However, now the fight once again revolving around this Herald. Their ultimate lands onto Max, a huge knockup out of Kenji, and now Komodo have an opportunity, but here comes Cookie Crook. He's burning him down with a Flame Spitter, and will take 2 for himself, make it 3. It's a double kill for Boy Wonder, as now just the top laners are here to duke it out. In the bottom lane, Puppet with the 1v1, as Cookie Crook will try to finish off the ace. He will not be able to, as Toppa will escape, but ROTM winning on all angles.
I have fantastic news for Komodo fans. Kenji, by getting those assists, finally has level 6 at 12 minutes.
That might be a record.
That is the only good thing. That is the only good thing that has happened this game for Komodo, by the way.
Yeah, and I mean, he had a good knock up there. Everybody on ROTM kind of grouping to allow that to happen.
True.
Still didn't matter, as Cookie Crook was able to finally join the fight and dominate. And hey, their strongest player in Puppet was not even in that fight and ended up taking a solo kill himself.
That's why Puppet's the GOAT, man. He's putting those sticks to work right now. Okay, need to be careful. Cookie Crook, you do not have flash. I don't think you're allowed to be here. There we go, grand entrance.
Charm lands onto Cookie Crook. He gets knocked up. He is now overheated. He is not dead just yet. Death Mark comes in, but only onto Puppet, as finally Doxa will take him down. But look at the punishment that Middle Sticks is able to exert. They've already got 2. They're looking for a 3rd. The snipe from Max makes it 4. And ROTM once again dominating game number 1.
He just did the fadeaway, man. He said, I don't care. You're sitting on a ward, Kenji. You're going to go down there. They finally move up multiple members. And ZKG's got to be careful. I know there's some mid plates here, but very easily could be a grand entry or a starfall coming in from Max.
Let's see.
Oh, it's coming. Oh, it's coming.
There's a ward spotted too, so he knows exactly where ZKG is. Just going to channel the back, though. Not going to risk
for him.
A potential overextension, giving away a shutdown to an 0-3 Varus.
They're going to drop the Rift Shield up on top side. It's 30 seconds before plates are going to fall here. and everything is just coming up trumps here for a return of the middle sticks. You had solo kills happening in bot like we were talking about. They win the objective fight not once but twice. And the dragon's even spawning here, so hey, Komodo, you should be on that side of the map. I don't know why you're trying to overextend for this play right now. This is not your timer. Oh, Boy Wonder's just dead. Okay,
Hex
well.
Slash gets canceled. That's a little bit here for Komodo. Might take a while to take him down, but Boy Wonder getting punished a little bit here as the turret is the response for his life being taken.
It also means that they spend a lot of resources, a lot of time end up finding that kill. Kukuruk is finally going to take this turret. How did Boy Wonder have a shutdown, bro? I swear they need to they need to explain how shutdowns work. I know that. Okay, I don't know this, but I'm pretty sure that Riot are afraid of explaining it because they don't want people to start abusing it. But like, it is literally cryptic how these shutdowns work. Like, he's playing Nautilus. Yes, he's had some great plays, and yes, he was 3-1-9. But there's no reason for this champion to like have a reasonable like. Look at who has shutdowns on his team.
You know, he has a full mythic
How does
item.
Dragowski not have one?
Only one player on Komodo has a mythic item, and Boy Wonder does. So that's what I'm saying right now.
Interesting. Oh, here we go. We're going on to top.
Just to clear the wave.
Just
However, Max might have jumped into his own doom as 3 players from Komodo have come in to try and punish the Pantheon. Uses the E to buy so much time though, and here comes Cookie Crook with the equalizer.
Oh,
Finally,
no.
the shutdown comes through, but that was way too close for comfort.
And this entire time, look what Dragowski is doing. He's farming away in the bottom side. They're even going to be able to grab the mid-tier 1 as well. So a lot invested there to find a single kill, and not much else after that.
Just
he
the
doesn't
one.
know.
Now ZKG in trouble as Boy Wonder could probably do the job himself. Puppe is now dominating with his 6th kill of the game. And Kenji's on the wrong side of the map as well. Without a marksman by his side, it's going to be a wild goose chase for him as he might be able to escape. But either way, Komodo just not looking good at all.
That was a really good Hex Flash, by the way. It was right in the bit of Fog of War where ZKG didn't know that they were there, and so obviously just walked by the brush, not thinking a Nautilus could be there. I mean, Zaya's in the mid-wave, right? Like, there's no reason for there a Nautilus to be in this bush. And then, boom, surprise! It's like the surprise Garen coming out of the brush.
Yep.
That's a really old meme if you, if there's anybody who's not really been following League for 8+ years.
I'm trying to think if I know this reference, and I don't think I do.
It's not like a specific reference, but it's like, you know, like it's don't chase Singed, right? And there's always a Garen in the brush.
I didn't know that the other rule was, I thought, always root for TSM, which, you know, might not be happening for much longer.
That's for esports players, but there's a large majority of people who just don't watch esports.
You know what? That's fair. And there was a surprise Nautilus in that bush, as we said. 1v1 in the mid lane, though. Doxa and Max.
This
and
champ
it's
is
the
just not okay,
Pantheon
guys.
winning out on the trade. However, now Komodo has to back up here as Max splashes in and gets the 1v1. Now, can he take down Maddie? I think the answer is
Oh,
certainly
this
yes.
fraud.
The stun does connect. The Pantheon wins these the full Conqueror procced, and Maddie now has to run for the hills. Here comes the rest of Komodo, though, to make it an unfair fight. Who does the shutdown go to? It will be ZKG.
He doesn't even have a shutdown. This game is so busted, man. Like this game is rigged. I feel so bad for Komodo in only the sense that they're not getting shutdowns, but everything else is their fault right now. As Puppy's gonna let it rip with the blade collar.
Godlike now, Kenji with a nice ultimate, but there's nobody to follow up after the depth charge keeps ZKG away from the fight. The Feather Storm comes through. Puppe with a nice flash.
Puppe!
He's not dying in this fight. Finally, he gets shut down, but it's gonna come at the cost of 3 as Middle Sticks continuing to run the floor.
Every time that Komodo get one trade, a return to the middle six say, all right, double down. You guys are losing now. We're gonna trade up. Every time you guys want to trade up, we do not care. We're gonna get more on our side of the advantage there. So getting valuable turret damage here. Good trade onto Puppe if you're from Komodo. You got his flash, his cleanse, and the ultimate. Those are going to be important spells for you to do, to be able to have if you want to try to go for even fights. But this game is just getting out of hand very quickly at this point. Komodo are down 6,000, almost 7,000 gold at this point. There's going to be a dragon spawning in 2 minutes. You don't win the side lane as versus Pantheon and Rumble. So as Komodo, what are your options? It's time to get freaky with it. It's time to just go for Hail Marys.
And they have continued to try and do that. Max has been the target for Komodo repeatedly. It looks like he will be going down here as 4 members of Komodo come in and take him down. Second Rift Herald spawning soon, but not available just yet. And so Komodo cannot go for that objective.
That's just a good play right there. That's exactly what we want him to see, and I've loved so far how we've been seeing Maddie and Kenji play around Doxa. They have been saying, okay, you're in the 1v1, we know you're going to lose, so we just have to overwhelm, use a numbers advantage, and try to find kills. And hey, Max is spending a lot of time alive, but unfortunately, Return of the Middle Six aren't actually getting all that much. Dragowski is clearing his side of the jungle, Cookie Cook is pushing in waves, but not in a timely enough manner to actually get things done, and ZKG is able to hold his own in the mid lane long enough that Return of the Middle Six can't actually get anything. So just going to be a overall good trade for them. As
not anymore though, maybe, as the depth charge comes out. The root from the Chain of Corruption does prevent Middle Six from taking down any members of Komodo, but it does mean that their tier 2 turret falls right in time for second Herald, as Dragowski's chasing Topo out as well.
Okay, Grand Skyfall comes in.
Okay. Just knocks away the jungler. Max still trapped in this 1v1 with Topo. He uses the blast cone to escape, as now the Rift Herald is available. About 15 seconds before it despawns, we'll see if Middle Six want to go for it, or instead just wait around for another objective instead.
Objective bounty should proc here for Komodo as they get the bottom tier turret. Oh no, and he's TPing for it. Man. Return of the Middle Six, where were you last week, man? This is, we saw glimpses of this versus Mirage Alliance in Game 2, but for the most part, it was kind of a one-sided ordeal, which is kind of what we're getting across the board for that team as a whole. Return of the Middle Six, 16 seed coming into this group. Rumble is not a balanced champion. We've known that for a long time now, but this is a team that is not expected to do well. This is a team, the only team that is an upset out of their initial seeding. They were, I think, 18 seed going in, and so being able to make it into the groups is impressive. Getting wins is even better, and while there's only one game, this is a convincing enough start for them, especially for a Komodo that we're really kind of hoping to kind of set expectations to right.
They're starting up the Dragon, but it looks like ROTM are going to be happy with that trade, as the Baron is surely to go in their hands right at the 20-minute mark. Turo Baron but belonging to Middle Six, as now Komodo looking to try and catch out some stragglers. Cookie Crook getting locked down by Doxa, but it will be a trade, as Boy Wonder here to join the party.
It's a 1-for-1, and they even get the objective bounty through the mid turret. Good job from them, and they even grab the Dragon, so there's going to be actually a huge influx of gold coming in here for Komodo. It's not going to be, but, and they get bought. Hey, yo! Okay.
They're still facing Baron, but you know,
they still have Baron,
that is
but
the
they're
best
pushing
kind of
out
case
other
scenario.
waves, right? Like,
yeah.
Okay, and there's Rift Herald. Okay, guys. All right, guys, can we go mid? Guys, can we go mid?
They're
Guys, I think we might need to go mid.
They're backing. They're coming back, but it looks like the tier 2 turret will go down in response. Komodo have found opportunities, but still kind of playing on the back foot because Middle Six is so far ahead.
Yeah, this game, unless something really freaky happens and maybe we get a fight here, as we see Kenji and Topo starting to wrap around, trying to just protect their jungler's red buff. KMD have to make this game get weird. Like, they gotta get freaky, because there's nothing for them to do, and in even game state we're seeing that Doxa is, yes, getting more and more kills as he kind of finishes more and more items, but
we are very aggressive there, man. I don't know if that was you know, it's fine. He lived. Yes, he lived. We're not gonna
look,
fight.
he's level 9 at this point. I think he knows that he's a cannon minion.
Yeah, I mean, he has found decent engages for Komodo, who have stayed in this game at least a little bit. Doc's actually the highest level in the game right now at 14, but it's still hard for them to come away with a team fight win. We haven't really seen a full 5v5 so far, but I have to imagine with Puppe as far ahead as he is, 3 full items, alongside Dragowski, who's going to soak up so much damage on the front line, it is a tough fight for Komodo to win.
We'll see what they're able to do, right? Like, Komodo still have a bunch of items. Oh,
no, your fridge good there?
That wasn't me, but okay. Wait a minute, we're getting extra tech here. This is tech that you get to use on the LCS stage. I'm sure you got to use some of this during your CLOL time this year. Did you get to do the little button presses, the highlighting items?
You know, I wish I did a little bit more of it. Josh did it a couple times. But
okay, cool. I was gonna say, I was like, okay, so we're gonna take a tangent because I don't think anything's gonna happen. We have 2 minutes before the dragon spawns. The Baron currently is still, you know, the Baron buff is still there, 30 seconds, so this is gonna be the last wave for them. Getting to use it was like, I was there with Pastry, and he was like, just play around with it while we're not on air, and just get comfortable with it, because it's the only way you're going to use it. And then at one point, like, we're in the middle of a cast, and he points towards it, and I go, alright, screw it, man, let's do it. So I ended up using it, I drew on it, and it felt cool. Drawing on the mini map and being able to like do the little item highlights, very poggers.
Yeah, and I'm excited for that. I'm also excited for the NACL playoffs, which will be starting on LCS_Challengers very, very soon. You can check out the rest of this series on twitch.tv/RallyCryOfficial, at least on a second monitor as the NACL playoffs get underway. But let's see if Middle Six can continue to close this game out. They are pushing in onto the Tier 2 turret. Doxa chunked to about 60% HP. They have the numbers advantage right now, and it allows them to take the turret down. Finally, all of Komodo is here. Will they go for the fight? Looks like the answer right now is no, even with all the tools that they have available.
I mean, they're pushing in on mid lane. Oh, this hook from Boy Wonder lands.
Okay.
It's on to Varus. Okay,
Charge
Poppy
lands
ultimate,
on to the Varus. They knock Dragowski out. This could be a good opportunity, but Puppey is so big with the Feather Storm. He will stay alive. And now Dragowski re-arriving to the fight. Max looking for the Comet Spear. ZKG chunked low and forced out as Middlestick still in a good position to continue their push.
Topo doing a lot of work in that fight as well. Being able to zone out multiple members. They're going to take their resets. It's a minute before the Dragon and 2 before the Baron. Baron, I think, being a much more important objective in this case. Oh my god, how does that hook not land, by the way? Alright, well, my bad, I guess.
It's a wacky game.
This Udyr champion, by the way, is completely BS. Like, the fact that they were able to take that tier 2, not because there was minions there, but because Dragowski is literally just tanking turret, and none of KMD are going to actually step up and try to deal damage, is ridiculous. He has one tank item. He has, like, a cloak that he's sitting on, and that's not going to help versus turrets. He has a demonic embrace, which gives him more HP. This champion is just ridiculous. And if you are Return to the Middle Six, you're feeling comfortable, right? Like, you are getting so strong at this point. You have such a massive gold lead. Dragon Soul is not going to be for a while, but you look on the side of Komodo, it's all eyes on Doxa. It has been all eyes on Doxa this entire game, this entire organization's career, right? Like, he is the owner and creator of this team, and it is all on him to actually get things done for him, for this team.
He dodges away from the hook. Looks like Komodo want to contest this Dragon despite being nearly 7,000 gold down. Spawning in 8 seconds, and right now they have the inner workings on the pit. Dragowski can just face tank though, as it looks like Middle Six going to start off the engage. The Chain of Corruption goes wide. Cookie Cook gets hit up by the Glacial Prison, and they knock away 2. Equalizer comes out, but now Puppey may be a little bit exposed, but it does not matter because Komodo just cannot fight. They have forced out of the pit. A recall coming through from Topo as they'll try to TP back in, but now Middle Six have their opportunity to start up the Drake. Max jumps in. They're going to lock down Kenji and take him down, and Topo gets the base cancelled. He tries to stun Dragowski into the wall, but he's trapped without a flash and without a life as a double kill comes through from Puppey. Max flashing forward once again as Middle Sticks claim that Dragon.
There it is, there it is. Let's see, can Doxa make the play happen? There's the Zonius coming out. Doxa gets out immediately. Okay, they're trying to find
Doxa,
this. This is just...
he's trying to flash forward. He gets the
it.
kill on the Cookie Cook before going down. And now Max trying to burn down Maddie. It seems like Middle Sticks are always in control, but Doxa able to find little pieces to keep themselves in this game. Not going to mean, though, that ROTM can't come right back to this Baron. It looks like they're going to be able to take it down.
Doxa's picking up scraps, but his whole team is starving, bro. Like, they need more than that. Like, the rest of the team needs to start pulling their weight. Return to the Middle Six are going to continue to win fights. It is 25-13, and again, 10,000 gold down, Turo Baron buff on their side. For Komodo, you have to be looking for odd angles. You need to be catching Cookie Cook out on a side lane. Max when he is going to be trying to go for those 1v1s. That is the only way you're going to win. But this game might just be too far gone at this point, right? Like, Return to the Middle Six, they've gone 2 Barons at this point. The next Dragon is going to be Soul in 3.5 minutes, right? And during all that time, the Baron is going to continue to tick away. The only thing that Komodo can do right now is try to push these waves out as far as possible to, you know, waste some of the Baron's time. But now they're just marching through mid. They're going to start to take away more and more of these camps. Like, it doesn't get easier for them. And Return to the Middle Six are looking to make a massive upset here.
In terms of seeding, definitely a big one. We've seen some bigger ones, of course, as it seems like Winthrop have already fallen, but this could be the first major threat eliminated from contention here in the summer split. ZKG already taken down as ROTM has the Baron buff in their hands, and they're looking to push down the base in a 4v5.
Okay, if they can't end on this wave, they have a bottom lane that they can go towards at any time Let's see how they try to go for this as Doxa's back and all eyes on the man in the mid lane here for Komodo.
Boy Wonder lands a hook onto Kenji. He's taken down before the grand entrance even connects, and he will be the second death of this extended team fight. Baron's available for another minute and 30 seconds as ROTM pushing forward with the Baron up wave. Topo and Doxa gonna have to try and save this game, clear the wave out, but ROTM are unrelenting. ROTM are pushing forward. They're looking to take game 1 of this series. Maddie in a lot of trouble, face tanking everything. They do kill Dragowski in the process, and now Doxa can try to find a little bit. They get the GA out of Puppe. Can they finalize the kill as the hook connects? Doxa will fall. It's a double kill for Puppe. He's unstoppable in this game. A triple kill for the Xayah, and they're going to make it more. It's a quadra kill for the ROTM AD carry, and they're going to try to give him the penta as well. Kenji jumps forward. Boy Wonder, you're a fraud. Stealing away the pentakill from Puppe, but it does not matter as Middlesticks will take game 1.
Okay, definitely I'm beefing my support after that one. There's no way you just stole my penta. Puppe, congratulations. It's not going to show up on the stats, but here on the caster desk, we know you got that one. We're going to give you the unofficial penta on that one. What a great game from Return of the Middlesticks. It came down to excellent draft, great play individually from a lot of them, and more of those standout moments from the carries of this team. We got to see Dragowski on his Udyr, and Max and Puppe, man, when they're on fire, they just look unstoppable.
A very clean game from our lowest seed in the group stage. As Komodo, again, this team we've had so many expectations for, regardless of the rosters that they've been able to whip out, are suddenly one game away for having their 2023 season come to a close. We'll see if they can bounce back as we head into game 2. We'll be right back after this.
It's time to get recharged with Alk Battery, a recap of the LCS Challengers League qualifiers. 8 best of 3s, and 18 games later, we've had an incredible round 1 of the group stage. 3 of our top 4 from the last qualifier all immediately fell to the lower bracket, and let's just get into it. Group A was our one bastion of safe predictions. Mirage Alliance convincingly took a strong 2-0 over the return of the Middle Six, with Game 2 being the closest and maybe the spiciest thanks to a nice Trundle counterpick coming out from Alorum. Gentle Hearts Gaming made quick work of Komodo. Combining strong lanes with competent team fights, this team is surely going to be in that top 8 form that we saw back in Qualifier 1. Special shout out to Bear, whose incredible Renekton performance in Game 2 deserves a highlight.
What is this champion? Wins the 1v2.
Team Ambition faltered against Teamless Revenge. The TA Mirage Alliance Grand Finals dream is dead as Krakodon's Kindred went 21-20 between 2 separate games. One of the 2 series to go to 3, Team Poachify needed the wake-up call from the Grandpa Gamers, as they cannot slack going forward. They want to try and make that promotion tournament. In Group C, CB Gaming had Coach Colthrow stepping in, and the team felt more cohesive than ever. Cycle was just as reliable, and the team was really able to rally behind Flexo, who had stumbled just a bit and still found great spots for the team. K2 is set to step back this week, so we'll see if the performance can be replicated. Team E Turner proved their seeding against the new roster of Aproia. Game 1 had some back and forth, but an excellently played Jason Ziggs stopped any chances of a loss. Cold-Hearted were found in an investigation to be using an illegal player, which means that Lit Esports will be moving on to the upper bracket. CCG will receive a bye in the first round, and Cold-Hearted will lose all of their points and currently be disqualified from the tournament. Apex Mission Impossible stepped out of the expectations of the broadcast again, and with hype, they look ready to make another run to top 8. CCG still seemed lost at the mid-game, with Hyper not fixing this team as we expected. We'll see what game plan CCG comes with, and that's it. Now the speed run's over. We'll see you over on July 29th and 30th over at twitch.tv/RallyCryOfficial and RallyCry2 to see who comes out first in the groups.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LCS Challengers League qualifiers, where we are here for game number 2 of our lower bracket matchup in Group A. Return of the Middle Sticks taking a dominant, convincing win over Komodo in game number 1, and are now just 1 win away for a matchup against Gentle Hearts Gamers for a spot in the quarterfinals. And Dimitri, the way that things have been looking so far, I think they might do it.
Yeah, we voted for them, bro. What do you think? What do you mean they might do it? We voted for them.
I voted for them, but we said before coming in that like this is gonna be a series where we're not gonna really have any idea of what's going on until we see that first game.
Yeah.
Now that we saw that first game, I'm a little bit more convinced of what we saw out of Middle Sticks. They look really good.
I think that Return of the Middle Six so far from the Swiss qualifier and from their last matchup last week, I think they have solid drafts. I think that they are not playing champions that are necessarily too outside of the realm of what a lot of their players can actually do, so they're not like trying to overplay their hand or play things that they're just not comfortable on. And they know what works for them. They know what their win condition is. They know that Puppe is going to be an incredibly mechanical player and is going to be very good at his job and being able to play AD carry. They just need to be able to kind of tie all those things together and also kind of bridge some of the gaps and unfortunately what is player skill, right? Like Cookie Crook and Boy Wonder, they get caught out. I think we saw a lot of that in this last game where you're relying on going on side lane and then Cookie Crook dies. Or Boy Wonder, when we saw that Nautilus play, like tries to get over the wall, his Hex Flash gets canceled, whatever. Those kinds of plays are what put Return of the Middle Six into bad spots, but it is players like Max, like Puppe, like Dragowski, who really, I think, rise to the occasion and are able to lead this team back in.
And they definitely did that in that matchup. We saw at the start of that first game, Doxa getting a kill, bot lane going well for Komodo to start things off. It was 2-0 very early into that game, and we thought that, you know, that could be an opportunity for Komodo to steamroll through game number 1, which in my opinion was the only way that they could have actually won the game with that draft. But Return of the Middle Sticks, they held strong, and they ended up kind of after those first 2 kills really commanding the remainder of that game until the Nexus went down.
Which makes me really sad because we saw good things coming out of Komodo, specifically with Barai. When Barai was on this roster, I think excuse me, while Barai was a bit of a newer player for what we had seen from competitive, I think that they showed a little bit of promise. And this is obviously a roster that probably hasn't had a lot of time, right? Like, we saw Komodo at the end of Qualifier 1, wasn't able to do all that much. They had changed their roster between now and then, but I can't imagine that there is enough time to really be able to hammer out all of the kinks. And there is still a large portion, or at least two of your solo laners who are the same. Your support is Sir Kenji, who was originally on this roster as a substitute. So there is not a reason in my mind that this team should be looking a lot different than what we got in the first qualifier. And then if anything, they should be looking to try to level up a lot of their strengths. You know that Doxa is an incredible laner if given resources and given the champions to be able to actually outplay. But we have not always seen that from Komodo.
And it seems like we really haven't seen it at all from Komodo ever.
Yeah.
Throughout their time in the summer split. Whether you want to blame the internet connection issues in the first qualifier or the changing roster that has kind of gone through here in qualifier number 2, we are waiting to see an opportunity for Komodo to really show what a lot of people had expected of them, which is a team that can contend for top 8, maybe even questionably make their way towards the promotion tournament. But we just haven't seen that at all. Even with the level of players that we have on this team, seemingly not clicking all the way through. And that is what has allowed Middlesticks to take this 1-0 series lead.
Yeah, I'm just going to call out the selection committee on this one. There's no reason for... Look, Summer 1, they get 7th seed, or 6th seed, right? That's fine, right? Like, you're looking at the names. There's some role swaps, but we saw at the beginning of the season, right, that even Dardoch was role swapping to support, so there's a lot that's still left there. We're wondering, is this going to be like the mass jungle exodus of leaving jungle and trying to play other roles? But now they come into Summer 2, they get 7th seed. After not making top 8 before, I'm going to be honest, I'm looking at some of the selection committee members. I'm Grapes, you can defend yourself if you want, but I'm a little suspect that a team that, does make upgrades and puts players who were originally in those roles now here in a position to actually go out through 12th to 16th.
I mean, that if you look at the rest of the teams that we had to seed, a lot of those squads that maybe made quarterfinals also had roster changes that maybe people could have considered as not upgrades or side grades. And so with new pieces coming in for Komodo, I think some expectations were maybe regenerated for them. Again, because you look at somebody like Doxa, who has dominated Tier 3 almost every single time he has played in it, except for seemingly right now. And so with these expectations kind of changed, there was a third tournament. I think people might be rating Komodo a little bit lower, but that's not going to happen. And so instead, they have to fight their way out here. Their season's on the line as we head into game number 2.
This could be the last time that we see Topo, Maddie, Doxa, ZKG, and Kenji for the rest of the split. This is obviously, like you're saying, their last match. If they lose, if they win, then they still have to play another game after this, as we do play best of 3s. But they really need to kind of use a lot of their experience. We talk about Doxa a lot, but Topo is a collegiate player who's been playing for a long time. Maddie, surprisingly enough, I think is a player who may have kind of had a lot of hype, and we saw him on rosters like Supernova and even bouncing around places like St. Clair College. We've seen a lot of great things from Maddie. I think similar to some of our other players, still is kind of missing that one last piece to really make them a full, complete player and ready to kind of send up and above to Challengers League. But ZKG, someone who put a lot of grind in when that first Champions Queue came out, got put into Champions Queue, got absolutely roasted for being a Diamond player, and then came out of it and grinded his ass back to Masters. Like, that's impressive. And it takes a certain amount of skill, like, even ignoring Kenji, who's literally been playing support since I was born. Like, there's a lot of experience. You got to tap in.
Are you even sure that you're older? Are you younger than this guy? I mean, Kenji, I don't know. He's still in college or something, or he just graduated.
He's always in college, man.
Anyway, a lot of experience is what we're trying to say out of Komodo, and if they can find where these players have peaked in years past, I think this is a roster that can contest. We just haven't seen it just yet, and now with this Rumble coming back for Cookie Crook and the Aphelios for Puppe, already 2 major threats that they're going to have to face up against.
All right. They've gotten a strong bottom lane pair. ZKG and Kenji, they've gotten the lovers duo for themselves, so should be pretty easy to avoid ganks. You have a lot of great setup if they are walking into you. So far, Return of the Middle Six have not shown that identity quite yet. With this Rumble and Aphelios, they can play at range. The Rumble ultimate is going to be very deadly and dangerous for someone like Xayah to actually play through. So we'll see how they position like that. Return of the Middle Six should probably just take this Nautilus. Like, it's pretty free. We know that Dragowski has plenty of jungle counter picks they can go for. I think first up on the ban list is probably going to be that Udyr, now that Maddie has automatically taken the Sejuani.
Yeah, I would imagine, because if I'm Komodo, if I was playing jungle right now for Komodo and I had Sejuani locked again, I'd be saying to my team, if we play against the Udyr again, I am alt F4ing and we are redoing the draft. And so
I think we're getting Kitso back in here, boys.
I have to imagine that this is going to be taken away from Dragowski. The Lilia still available as well, so a lot of targeting likely having to be made towards Dragowski. That Ivern also was taken away in game number 1, and so one of those two junglers will be available for him to take.
So Udyr or Lilia, I don't think Lilia is that much of a priority with what KMD are showing. You could try to fish with like the bowling ball for Lilia, but I think it is much less reliable than just having Udyr shrug off a Blade Caller and just walk towards your enemy AD carry like typical Udyr players do, Zug Zug. For Return of the Middle Six, they have their mid and jungle left to take, and it is Poppy being gone. So I don't know if this was the best. Like, I'm thinking of Rumble counter picks. A lot of people have tried to take Tryndamere. Akshan has been a classic kind of counter pick for this champion, but still, with where he's at right now and how much damage this champion can actually do, is really hard for any top laner to move him out.
So Dragowski will instead lock in the Viego, not the Lilia or the Udyr that we were maybe discussing. And now the question is, do you want to just flex this Sejuani into a solo lane and instead pick up a counter matchup for Maddie? The Cho'Gath going to get locked in. That, I think, is going to be up in the top lane for Topo as that counter pick for Rumble. And Doxa, once again, going to blind the Zed.
Let me pick my Zed in peace. If you know, you know.
Do we get the Pantheon again?
It should be. It should just straight up be another Pantheon game. Could be. I actually don't know what else Max could potentially pull out here that doesn't just instantly die. That's fine too. Screw it, man. Respect. You just take the Annie. Is going to lack a little bit of damage, so it's not going to have that same kill threat as Pantheon, and definitely early on, Zed can kind of get around the fact that she is a mana champion and he is energy-based, so really the only thing gating him is cooldowns. We're going to get straight into game here, as Return of the Middle Six are one game away from going 18th seed in Swiss to making it at least to top 12 here in our groups. And that would be an impressive run, whereas Komodo need to reverse this time. They need to go 2 games back-to-back here if they want to have to at least have a chance at replicating a similar performance we saw from them in the first qualifier.
A matchup against Gentle Hearts awaits the winner of this best of 3, and right now, looking like it's going to be ROTM. 5 stack for both teams, but on opposite sides of the map means that it's going to be a very uneventful start to this game. As we can take a look down the lanes. Once again, mid lane a bit volatile, although we've seen Doxa play out of worse matchups in the mid lane and still come out on top. What I'm interested in is this Cho'Gath for Topo in the top lane. Haven't seen this so much in summer. It was a pick that was very popular in the spring split throughout competitive. And now into the Rumble, a champion that, you can build a lot of magic resist into. I'm excited to see if Topo can make his way through this laning phase without any harm.
Yeah, if everything goes to plan and if KMD actually go late, I do somewhat favor them because they have a Cho'Gath, but Cho'Gath and Sejuani are going to have to do a pretty big bulk of the work here if they want to kind of reach that late game dream for themselves. Otherwise, like, Aphelios is going to ramp up a little too fast versus the Xayah, and again, we're playing at range. Xayah does have to be able to dodge out on multiple abilities, not only Dragowski, but also Max, the Boy Wonder on this Nautilus. There's a lot of stuff that we'll have to see what ZKG can actually do, but if there's anybody who can really play it, I do trust that our AD carries here, at least in Group A, can really pull off. I mean, Xayah is, I'm not going to lie, Xayah is another marksman where it really comes down to how much do you trust your team.
Looks like a lot of faith is going to be had in the front line for ZKG if Komodo want to come out on top. It is a lot of tanks. And, you know, good engage with Maddie. Got Kenji jumping in there as well. So some space can be bought for ZKG. However, we didn't see him perform as good as maybe we were expecting out of him in that first game. Pape really taking advantage. However, sides have swapped. Now it is ZKG on the Xayah.
Alright, well, both junglers start on the top side. They're both pathing down. Early vision from Dragowski onto the enemy Raptors. They just saw red is taken as well, so they know there are only two options. We have not seen Maddie on the top side. He can only be on the bottom side of the map, and now spotting him here. So Maddie knows that he can go for this. He does have his bottom lane who can move first. And important to note here is there's a small camp advantage here for Maddie, who does have both his blue buff and his red buff. Just pulling it away. Okay, we're probably going to get some early action.
Dragowski is spotted on the ward right here. Maddie going to jump over with the Arctic Assault, forcing the flash out of the Viego. Can he land the smite? No, it will be secured by the Sejuani as Dragowski is forced out of his own jungle.
Good job. They just know that the enemy bot lane can't move. Get the Ignite as well as Kenji, so we'll see how that affects the bottom lane matchup. But we're seeing more action. We're seeing more proactive plays out of Komodo in this game than we saw the entirety of the last one. So I'm glad to see it. It's not just the solo laners trying to outplay each other. We're actually seeing Maddie cross the river and really take with the fact that early game, he is incredibly tanky and can take really short trades versus Viego. And if your bot lane's winning, then hell, why not?
And now maybe mid lane could be a target as well. Max playing really well with the range, but does get knocked up here by Maddie.
Oh, no.
Max just walks way too far forward and burns the flash because of it.
Not respecting that Maddie could just W forward or Q forward. That Arctic Assault is going to be really dangerous. And now without flash, right? Like that's a matchup you do not want to try and play right now.
And now middle sticks duking it out in the bottom lane. Boy Wonder has to flash away as a nice blade collar comes through for ZKG, who got the level advantage from pushing this wave in. Komodo in a better spot than game number one, although it's not saying too much.
I was gonna say, like they just feel like they're maybe tapped in a little bit more, like they're at least a little bit more focused. Now Dragowski took a really long extended path here. We'll see what they're able to do. Remember, no flash. Oh, there are flashes available.
Gravitum lands onto both. The cleanse already used for ZKG. He flashes in response, but the slows will continue to rain down on the Xayah Rakan. It's not enough to take any kills or to secure first blood, but it is 3 summoner spells now down for Komodo, and likely having to go back to base after this wave is shoved in.
Flash and Cleanse gone from ZKG are very big summoner spells to be missing out of this Xayah. Only level 4, and this is a pretty big wave as well, so always have to be careful with that. But really good job coming out from trying to the middle six to try to get that trade. They are falling behind a little bit in terms of, oh no, Max. Can you dodge?
No flash, does not have that stun available either. Not a good look. First blood secured for Komodo.
Great job coming out from them. So getting a first blood, this is similar to what we saw. Play around mid lane, play around the fact that you have Doxa on this Zed, and you're utilizing that, hey, Max doesn't have flash, well, that's a lane that we can cut back to. Oh, he just teleported back in, well, now he's going to miss a wave. We're going to get a lot of valuable turret damage. Spoy Wonder trying to slip away. One of the great things about playing Aphelios when you do have this Infernum is the fact that you can try to move. Are you going to cancel it? My goat.
Oh,
okay.
Man.
Oh, Doxa.
Yeah,
Oh, God,
maybe
Doxa.
Walking a little bit too far forward as Doxa had an opportunity to roam and will pick up the second kill of the game.
All right, well, now this is the part where Komodo are looking good, right? Like, when they're in the driver's seat, they're a team that can be very aggressive and try to look for those plays. Return to the middle six, it's all about, like, if they get disoriented, they are a relatively fresh team, and so they do tend to struggle just a little bit, and we're starting to see some of that appear in this game.
Just a little bit. Not fully on the same page. The wave states and where Dragowski has been compared to Maddie, definitely favoring Komodo at this point. They're up about 1,000 gold, and Max once again going to get caught out. Just not in the right spot, and Doxa doing a great job not only to secure the wave state, but also to get another kill.
Okay, yeah, that right there was just Maddie sliding into a perfect position where they just didn't have vision. That was a really good play coming out from Komodo, and one of the reasons why that pixel brush in River is fake. You never want to ward that. It doesn't give you all the information, especially when you have champions like the Rakan and Sejuani who can very easily just jump over terrain. You always want to try and get a much deeper ward. It's more effort to do so, but will obviously prevent ganks like that from happening. So now Max very far behind right now. Doxa already a level up. getting close to finishing an entire item at this point, and Max will have utility as the game goes on. He is still playing Annie for crying out loud, but having some of that damage is going to mean that maybe Viego doesn't find a reset and a fight goes awry, or Cookie Crook even alongside that, again, they don't find a kill, they're not able to open up a part of an objective.
So Middle Sticks facing a little bit of adversity for seeming the first time this series. They still have picks, they still have pieces that can scale well and, you know, stay in this game. You know, Max, of course, has been targeted quite a bit, but see right now, landing that stun onto Doxa, keeping himself alive, and now opening up an opportunity for Dragowski to go in for an engage. Kenji down to about half HP. Dragowski, though, gonna have to flash away from the glacial prison of Maddie.
I don't know if the flash was necessary there. Your ultimate has Unstoppable. Dragowski, I think, just getting a little bit antsy about potentially getting engaged upon, will turn into topside priority. Similar to, it's funny, Cho'Gath is like a tank version of Renekton, where when you play him topside, you always want to try to get Rift Shield because he has a free massive execute on his ultimate that does obviously give him HP as well. So in a similar vein, he has really good pushing power, and up against a magic damage dealer, you always want to try to play champions like Cho'Gath up against them. They're typically pretty immobile, they don't have a lot of dashes, and Cho'Gath tends to really hate if he gets outranged, but Rumble really has to walk up to him, and he has slows as well. Silences the knockup is really powerful. Great job from Komodo.
They're doing what they need to do at this point. About a 2,000 gold lead, 9 minutes into this game. They have the Rift Herald for Maddie to try and target somebody with. And now return to the Middle Six. They need to try and find some opportunities to get back into this game. Doxa, this play is not one of them, as he's just able to use that shadow to get out to safety.
Yeah, he got 40 gold off of that one. Jesus Christ, that guy is farming gold. I'd be interested to see what his first strike looks like at the end of the game. I think we're a long ways away, but being 3,000 up at 9.5 minutes, I don't know what KMD did in the locker room, but we need more of that. We need more of whatever's in that locker room, because they are way ahead of the curve at this point. They are really, really playing aggressive, and I love how they're playing around vision, how Kenji is unlocked. Yet again, we're in a game where it's 10 minutes, and Kenji just doesn't believe in having his ultimate right now. Okay, well,
Gosh.
we're going to game 3, boys.
It's just one ultimate. He's got it up again in 2 minutes. That's just not too big of a deal, right? Right, guys? I think I would have preferred the Pantheon here. I think Max would look better on that one.
I mean, I don't even care about that part. I just wish you would have landed the stun. I think the stun may have been a little bit better.
Yeah, that is fair. You know, point and click versus maybe a bit of a skill shot, a little bit of a different opportunity as an engage comes through. Komodo trying to burst down Boy Wonder, but a teleport comes through for Cookie Crook. The equalizer comes through, but Maddie will get the first kill onto the Nautilus. Doxa, though, getting burned down. The last proc of the ground, not enough. Flash forward as Cookie Crook will not be able to burn him down. As another TP is in for Max. He doesn't have Tibbers, but he's able to stun out one. Kenji will be able to survive, and Komodo get out scot-free.
And Topo had already teleported top lane, so this was always going to be a numbers disadvantage. Still, though, a great defense coming out from Komodo, despite them being the aggressors in this case. And it will turn into at least a little bit of gold going over to Puppe during all of this, who survived, is able to grab a little bit of these, most of this wave. Shouldn't be afraid of too much of a counter here. Topo getting gold is nice for Komodo, but I don't think it is their main win condition, nor something that is going to positively, massively impact their ability to actually win this game. Oh my god.
Woo! All right, Puppe's still doing good. Puppe's still having a good game.
Puppe's still him.
Regardless of the champion. He's still that guy. He had the only play to the game so far for his team as ROTM looking for a play onto Doxa. No stun yet from Max, and it looks like that is enough time being bought. Boy Wonder now the one who is caught out, but the stun does connect. Tibbers onto 2. Only chunks Kenji to half.
The Tibbers should be up in time 2 minutes before the next dragon. They are even summoning the Rift Shield to try to grab this turret. They need to be very careful because they could just clean this.
Woo!
Like, just kill it, guys. Can we kill it? Oh, it's so close. It's so
Might
close.
available,
And they get
yes.
the smite.
No proc on to that mid lane tower as Komodo failed to use that Herald successfully. Doxa, though, still around, trying to get this wave in. Komodo still in a good state right now in this game, despite that small mishap.
look at where the leads are being generated from, right? Like, it's 3,000, a lot of it in this mid jungle for Komodo, but bottom side for RTM, still looking fine. Finishing the Gale Force now, so additional bits of mobility. I like that Puppe is playing with respect. Puppe, stand back. Good. Alright, they're walking out of the jungle. You can step back up to your wave now. So 2 plates going over his eye is definitely nothing to slouch at. And a little bit problematic here, Grapes, now, right? Like, we had set up that ROTM looking like they're good. They're going to roll with the momentum coming into this game. And so far, with a very similar draft, only changing out 2 pieces in their mid-jungle, has, unfortunately, in terms of the gameplay, Komodo feel like they are on one right now. Like, they are locked back into the series. They're kind of dialed in as to what they need to be able to do. And so far, all of them are really executing their jobs.
Yep, the only question is how consistently are they going to be able to keep up this level of play, whether it's throughout the rest of this game or the series. Looks like they're off to a good start, as Puppe will fall after a nice engage from Maddie.
Really hard to be able to follow up there, so good job from Komodo. 5-0 at this point. If we're talking about perfect games right now,
all right, well,
it's getting close to it. I don't count plates.
Middle
Plates
sticks
are
have
fake.
the dragon.
No! I hate it here, man.
Close. It's like a no-hitter in baseball. It's not the perfect game, but you can still get through without any kills. Maybe that's a possibility right now because
What the hell's a no? I'm assuming you just never hit the balls, and that like really
yeah.
awful?
So you can still walk somebody, or like you can like an error can happen and they get on base that way. But
all right, I'm bunting the ball every time.
no,
Bro.
yeah. So but that's like yeah. That's still the no-hitter, but not a perfect game. So that's what we're looking at right now for Komodo, because the dragon went over.
I saw a GIF where it was like a chimp like swirling around like a wine glass, and it's like me when I land the perfect jab to make sure that I don't get perfect KO'd by my opponent in like Street Fighter 6. It was so funny, man. I don't play a lot of fighting games, but it's you know, okay. Like, have you ever? I guess. I need to think about this. So we're talking about perfect games, right? And like not wanting to get perfect gamed. It'd be like, in this instance, taking a single dragon and everything else is just like 16-0 games over, right? Like you get everything in the game.
Yeah,
it's like, well, I took one dragon, so I ended your perfect run, right? Like in the same way that you have the no hitter.
Yeah, okay. I got it.
It's if you get perfect KO'd in a fighting game, it's probably time to log off for the day. Like you got to take a couple hours break after that one.
Unfortunately for Middle Sticks, they're not going to have that luxury, as they got to get right back into Game 3, which will be a do or die for them if they're not able to come back in this one. And right now, it's not looking super likely that happens. The 5K lead, second Herald also going to Komodo, as they have even more opportunities to blow this game open. There's still a lot of standing gold available. Another tower goes down, Dimitri. I don't think your prediction is going to hold.
Another perfect game is gone to the wind, scattered to the wind. We're just going to keep calling it a perfect game until I see a 1 in that kill column.
Again, not necessarily the correct usage of that term, but you know, I'll take it.
Perfect game in my book.
There's been there. I feel like in competitive, like.
Do you count plates?
No, no, definitely.
Okay,
not. Like that's impossible.
Okay, literally. There are people on the Challengers League broadcast that I will not name in this instance, Kangas, who believe that plates count as an objective.
Well, then,
and
nobody's going to get a perfect game.
Literally, no one's going to get a perfect game. Like, I think that's dumb. Like, it's not even, like, that trackable of a stat. Like, you got to, like, count them. It's not something that, like, comes up in the... I did want to comment on this. Yeah, it comes up right there. I guess when you have the graphics package for it, it does come up. Max going for this crown, unfortunately, is... just not great.
No damage.
It does no damage, and
Sejuani's out damaging him right now, which is kind of
okay.
The game state at this point. Cookie Crook gonna have to come in and back Max up with a teleport, but now here comes the rest of Komodo, who are 4 strong, trying to attack this bottom lane so heavily. Maybe a little bit of an overextension, but it will secure them that tower. All 5 of them down there.
Why did we teleport there?
Yeah, they thought it was a party.
I'm okay with Cookie Crook doing that because he's trying to cover his mid laner, but I don't know why Topo had to like that teleport was absolutely useless. So that one was a bit of a freebie given over to Return to the Middle Six. As now they just get to walk back mid lane. Doxa is taking control of this entire bottom side quadrant and maybe tries to cancel out. Oh, maybe he tries to find a solo kill onto Cookie Crook.
Looks like he's all right for now. As
Oh my
instead,
God.
we're looking towards the mid lane where Puppey has red and white guns. Middle sticks, they need to get a kill. Both for their sake and maybe for the prediction of the perfect game. Docs are going to get chunked out here by the equalizer, but now another fight has erupted in the mid lane. Puppey throws at the Moonlight Vigil, will heal up a fair amount, but Maddie will dash over the wall. Topo is still untouched, and Boy Wonder gets shut down. Topo continuing to chase forward as he gets the second kill of the fight, but Dragowski will make it an even trade as it is another kill, the first one for Middle Six as the perfect game is denied.
KMD, they've been slamming this bot lane so far, and a great game from Maddie in particular. We talked about the mid jungle here for KMD. Maddie coming in as a substitute for this team, getting a lot of damage onto Max, but this guy, like Maddie, he's not even the starting jungler. It's supposed to be Kitsuo. I don't have confirmation as to why they subbed in both Maddie and ZKG. ZKG is actually the coach for this roster currently, so maybe wanting to have their coach play a little bit of games, get that in-game shot calling. But Maddie, long-time veteran here in Tier 3, played again on the likes of like a Supernova, and while he has been on some pretty star-studded rosters, I think he himself would really want to be able to step out, especially when we saw his previous qualifier performance in spring, where fortunately he was not able to make very many runs outside of the Swiss.
Yeah, that was on St. Clair, I think. They made one group stage, but that was about it. So, after making Proving Grounds 1 year, being able to get back to that spot obviously would be a big confidence booster for Maddie, although he has been pretty invested in the collegiate space recently, and that kind of seems to be where he's putting his priorities. But a very solid game from him, showing he's still got it at this space. And speaking of, another beautiful ultimate landing onto Max. He goes gold and try to keep himself alive for a little bit longer, but now it's Maddie on that rampage.
Well, that's just going to be it. We're going to game 3 here, gamers. All right, Kenji goes in.
Yeah, inhibitor tower already taken down in the mid lane as Maddie will join the fight as well. Depth charge comes out, will only land onto the Rakan. Puppey is still full HP, but he's so far behind, just does no damage to the front line. Oh my god! Topo one-shots him from, what was it, 60% HP? Komodo in firm control. They're up 10-1, pushing into the base before 20 minutes.
What happened to Return of the Middle Sticks? Like, they just fell asleep or something? Like, I know I didn't get a lot of sleep last night, but there's no way these guys did it. There's no way that all 5 of these guys could not get at least an ounce of sleep. Like, they literally have a pretty similar draft. There is a Poppy instead of a Cho'Gath, and they swapped out their bottom side. They got the Xayah Rakan, and suddenly there's just a bunch of losing stuff. I think Maddie and Doxa really stepped it up in their performance this time around. Let's see how Komodo are able to close this out, because the second that we get to see them actually close out a clean game, we can finally see some parts of the Komodo that we were promised here in summer.
Have yet to win a game in qualifier number 2, at least in the group stage. They're looking very poised to do that right now. Dragowski trying to find any last-ditch effort to gather even a smudge of vision. Has to use that Heartbreaker to escape. Baron is available, and Komodo are in firm control. They could probably just start it right up.
Yeah. Okay, well, if you do go for this Baron, Return to the Middle Six, how do you respond? Are you going to be the ones to try to get spicy? They have a lot of really deep vision, so I love this coming out from Komodo. And Return to the Middle Six, unfortunately, just cannot step up. We talked about that lack of damage they're going to have, especially against something like Maddie or Topo, but look at Puppey. He's going for that Kraken Slayer second item, which means he's not going to have an LDR. He's not going to be able to burst down through these tanks. And look at how much control they're exerting on this side.
Yeah, Puppey, a bit of a turnaround from his last game, unfortunately. We were talking about how he was able to gather firm advantages in the laning phase, but right now, with the Turo Baron buff in Komodo's hands, they're going to continue their pressure in the mid lane. Doxa jumps forward, gets a solo kill onto him. Puppey is now 0-4.
Well, that's unfortunate.
It is also unfortunate. Maddie now unstoppable. Nice ultimate that lands on to Cookie Crook, as it's a 5v3 for Komodo for the next 20 seconds or so. They're pushing into the base. I think we're headed to game 3 here, Dimitri.
Yeah, it's looking like it. 21 minutes. A bit of a speed run coming out from Komodo, as they're just getting more and more kills. It's ZKG. Maybe they might actually give the Penta to the Xayah this time. Even taking some notes to coming over from ROTM.
Stun connects. That's a kill for ZKG. The Nexus is exposed. Topo does not care about his KDA. He wants to end this game. He wants to send his team to that next spot. And they are now in a do-or-die game number 3 to keep their season alive.
Wow. I'm gonna count that as 15-1 because that last kill just doesn't count, right? Like we're just not gonna even bother with a fountain dive like that. That is pretty ridiculous. So, wow, we're going to game 3 here. I don't know what to say other than I don't think one of our teams connected to the server. The same thing I said last game, the same thing I'm saying here is what happened to Komodo in the first game. Neither of them are connected. Hopefully now they are both alive, present, and awake.
Means we get a really good game 3, right?
Oh, I mean, I hope so, because if the games are going to go like that, then everybody, whoever gets first blood, just start spamming your Twitch channel points. Just get in there. Just all in.
All right, one more game to decide these two. It's been pretty one-sided on either end, but it'll come down to this final game to see who matches up against Gentle Hearts and who has their season come to a close before July ends. We'll be right back with the draft for game number 3.
The LCS Challengers League is brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car sharing marketplace. Find your drive.
And we are back for our last game of the day here on twitch.tv/rallycry official, the main stream for the LCS Challengers League qualifiers. One more game, Alec Battery, between Return to the Middle Six and Komodo. Both sides won one game in very convincing fashion, and we are looking for hopefully a little bit more of a competitive one with both teams having their season on the line in this game.
You know, I think this would be about the time where I'm supposed to say, you know, I just hope both teams win, but I unironically want both teams to actually be, like, in the server at the same time. Because Game 1, Return to the Middle Six were just slamming these guys. Komodo were just getting wrecked left, right, and center. Game 2 happened, and it didn't even seem like Komodo were playing, like, I'm going to be honest, intermediate bots. There was really nothing like Puppet was logged in, but I don't think anybody else was to be from the rest of his team.
And then he kind of logged off at the end of the game as well. So
I would too if I had I would too if I had what was happening in that game.
Each team has had their rough share of things, but they've also had moments where they've looked good. And so going into this game, I just hope both teams bring it all to the table here. Middle Sticks taking blue side for this final matchup. I believe draft will be ready for us very, very shortly. What kind of adjustments are we looking for ROTM here? Because overall their draft looked very similar. It's just kind of got outplayed in the mid and bot lane.
Yeah, I'm gonna think that this should just be a mentality shift. Like, we literally had a very similar draft to this the first game. There was not like a major change. There was not a stylistic change. We didn't suddenly have like Dragowski trying to like rage gank 3 lanes at the same time. I didn't see anything that looked out of the ordinary for what we get from Return to the Middle Six. I just kind of want to see them be able to be a little bit more resilient. I think if the game is even or ahead for them, they have a very clear understanding of what they need to do. The moment that ROTM get behind is unfortunately when they start to get a little bit hesitant. When they start thinking, okay, can we actually go for this play? They start double guessing themselves. Like, are we able to be in this position? Can we actually fight in here? And by the time they've come to that conclusion as to whether or not they can do something, 10 minutes have gone by and the game's over. So I need to see, not only from them, and I think this has just been something that I've been wanting from a lot of our teams, is their ability to actually make plans and then execute. I think Mirage Alliance has been doing really good at that most recently, at just saying, okay, we want to try to invade, we want to try and do this. That's awesome. That's what we should expect from a top 4 team. But for Return to the Middle Six, and especially for Komodo, who has a lot of veteran players here from the Tier 3 ecosystem, we need to see them actually execute and really kind of bring up to speed this team.
Yeah, just decisiveness overall. The ability to fully commit to a play, I think, is what we would need to see from both of these teams as we head into draft for the final game of this series. Komodo had a little bit of that at the start of game 1 and then throughout game number 2. Specifically, Maddie on the Sejuani looking very good, and it looks like Middle Six respecting that by taking it away. ROTM, on the other hand, they, again, were kind of just on the back foot most of that loss that they just suffered. And I think back to the matchup that they had against Mirage Alliance where, yeah, they did lose those games, but at least Dragowski and Max were actively making plays. We need to see more of that if they want to have a chance at continuing their run here in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I'll take an active loss rather than an inactive one.
Exactly.
Inactive win is definitely not something that I would prefer, so I loved what we got from Return to the Middle Six in their last couple games, but this one was, you know, in a less fancy way, a bit of a stinker. That one was pretty bad. And hopefully we get more. And I think that level of Komodo that we got from that game was similar to what I think people from the selection committee and just community sentiment as a whole should have been expecting for this team to come in at. They should be very dominant. You're looking at specifically the mid jungle to be getting things done. And while it isn't Kitsuo, Maddie is still a jungler of the same caliber to be able to get things done.
And while he will be on a different champion, there's still a lot of power picks at his disposal. Things like that Udyr and Lilia that Dragowski was maybe getting targeted for are also things that Maddie likes to play. And we'll see if that becomes something that Maddie decides to go for. Maybe Dragowski ends up selecting on the other side. It is the Kaisa selected, though, first for ROTM. That could go towards Pape or Max, depending on what they want to do, with Doxa getting his LeBlanc finally in game number 3.
And an interesting change here, the fact that Tristana is a blue side ban, kind of showing that ROTM, they don't want to give the Kaisa over to KMD, but they also are not willing to take their Tristana. We've seen Max play it, and I think play it very, very well in their match versus Mirage Alliance. So, bit interesting. I hope that if we do see more of Return of the Middle Six, that this is something that maybe other teams can catch on to, whether or not there is more comfortable Tristana play. But the Poppy here for Topo, I think this is going to be a really good pick to just try to say, like, most of Cookie Crook's arsenal is not really going to do very well there. And so, instantly, though, showing their hand, giving the Kaisa over to Pape, and having Syndra go into mid lane, there is a world where this is actually still a flex and Syndra bot is played, but I think the likelihood of it is very low.
I'm not entirely knowledgeable on Pape's mage champion pool, so that, if it was somebody like, if we go back to NACL, someone like Minui or another player like that who has been able to show their flexibility, I'd be a little bit more convinced. But now with this Nautilus lock, I'm very much expecting this Kaisa to go down towards the bottom lane, just because that pairing has been powerful throughout the entire duration of these champions' existences.
Yeah.
So it will be mid and bot lane locked in for ROTM to round out their first phase.
Volibear, that was a slam block. Okay. Volibear did get a couple of buffs. Yeah, Maddie is going to be playing for early aggression, so this mid 2v2, we talked about how Maddie and Doxa took over game 2. Well, they're going to have to do it again here, and there's nothing like a level 3 Volibear coming in to gank any one of these lanes. Now, they do have setup in mid, in top lane, so we might be looking at a solo lane focus. Kaisa is particularly low range, so going into this Komodo comp I think is going to be a little bit difficult. We'll see what we get from the jungle position here, as already a bit more focused towards the top lane yet again. It is going to be that Darius taken away from Cookie Crook. It supports this time though, because hey, we've already picked our jungle, so we don't have to worry about an Ivern and the rest of the bans.
Yeah, ZKG and Kenji have yet to select bot lane champions for themselves, unless we get some weird flex with a Poppy at the support role or something like that. So ZKG has things like the Varus that could be targeted, or the Aphelios, and on the other side here for Kenji, I would expect that Rakan to maybe get a little bit of look, either ban away here or selected on that R4, leaving that last pick for ZKG.
Should just be another support. I think you should just try to focus on all the Kenji supports. I think Rakan should be your next look, as to potentially putting Kenji on something that we haven't really seen throughout the series, and kind of getting stripping a lot of that muscle memory of the last 2 games. That's going to be their final ban, so Kenji going to be on a completely new support this series. And up against the Nautilus, there's a lot of options. You can try to take the Alistar. You can take Braum. Braum, I think, is actually really, really good here, especially going into... wait, Braum is banned! No! Alright, well, now what supports are you going to be able to go to?
Like
you could just pick...
The Taric is available as well. I mean, these are...
I think Blitzcrank is awful here. I think Blitzcrank is terrible. Ashe is good, though. Ashe is very good into Kaisa. That is unplayable. But up against the Nautilus is a bit questionable.
Yeah, going to be very easily targeted with that depth charge. However, with the full engaged composition that RTM has set up, having somebody like Ashe to kite players out could be pretty important throughout the rest of this game. We'll see what the response is for ROTM. They need a top laner and a jungler. Dragowski going back to what won them their game in the first matchup between these two in the Udyr. We'll see what Cookie Crook wants to play into this Poppy that Topo has.
I don't think it's Rumble. I think you really have to try to go for a tank here.
Or a little AD.
Ornn is fine. Here. I think Ornn is fine. If you're talking about AD bruisers, like... I mean, you could play Sion in this matchup. It's not the worst.
We'll see. Yeah, okay. You called it. That's the Sion getting locked in. A little bit of physical damage, as long with being that big, juicy front line. ROTM a little bit lacking in damage, really reliant on having one of these carries get ahead and snowball. But if they are able to do that, it's a very good front-to-back team fight.
Oh, Grapes, I think you're showing your knowledge there. Do you not know that Udyr does 1,000 damage a second by only having 2 tank items? This champion is busted.
I mean, have you seen? Remember the old day, like before the item reworks came through, where you played the Prowler's Claw, try like one-shot Udyr?
Yeah, that was dumb. I hated that. I never played it because I had morals.
I
but
played
that
against
was
it.
definitely. I
Yeah.
played against it many times. And it was very stupid. You know, there's also someone else who did a lot of Prowler's Claw for the Caster
Scion.
Showdown. Yes,
Oh.
Scion, but I was mostly saying set. I'm sure you were there when Coco brought out set with Prowler's Claw, and was just Prowler's Claw enemy AD. I was one
Yeah.
of them,
That
and we
was
just get
not a fun
absolutely
time.
domed. I hated that. That was awful.
Well, thankfully for us, the item is a little bit nuked and not as good anymore, so we won't be seeing
And definitely
that
just
here.
doesn't have an active
Uh,
like that anymore.
Yeah, I'm looking around. There is 0 chance we see that item built in this game, unless Topo decides to go really wild.
There's
here. Oh,
always a possibility that we get a Prowler's Claw Scion. I don't think it'll be good, but
no, it's
there's
terrible. You don't,
the
you don't-
chances-
you don't have any dashes.
it doesn't matter. People build items that have 0 application on them anyway, so it's fine.
He's got the grasp, not the AD tech for Cookie Crook, and again, the front line going to be very important for them. Because team fighting is kind of the name of the game for Return of the Middle Sticks. They've gone with a pretty standard comp in their do or die game.
They have very good front line for the side of Return to Middle Six. For KMD, it is all about trying to whittle your opponents down, waiting for Doxa and ZKG to kind of slowly get through these HP bars. I will say that the moment that ROTM decide that they're kind of done getting whittled away at and kind of just force an engage, it's going to be very difficult for KMD to actually stop that. The way that you do get around that is by just having naturally early advantages. We'll see what Maddie's able to do. Volibear is a special of his. When this champion was very prevalent in the jungle before, he was one of the best junglers in North America for the ecosystem. He was one of the best Volibears that we had in general, so seeing what he can do early on, if he can get to an early lead, if he can set up some of these lanes for an advantage, it takes away some of that front line, and definitely if we're looking at Max, he is the most susceptible to a gank after level 6 for Volibear.
Has to press the attack, so we'll be able to do a ton of damage if he's able to get at least one lockdown on an early gank. That is what they're playing for. Komodo for the early game right now with the Volibear, with the Ashe and Alistar bottom lane. And we'll see what Maddie decides to do on his first clear. Looks like his bottom lane is getting shoved in pretty heavily, so Puppet and Boy Wonder have to be careful.
Alright. A lot of it is going to be looking at what Doxa can do in terms of early damage, and the fact that Puppet's made it to level 2, even on CS, and full HP with no pots taken, is a testament to how well they're playing right now, because there's no reason as an Ashe lane that there should be even gold, even minions, and now the wave is actually pushing away from you. We'll see if Maddie's actually able to do anything. He's actually going for a full clear. This is like seeing a full clear on Lee Sin. It makes me very sad. It makes me very sad to see full clear on Volibear.
And he was spotted on Vision, I believe, as well. So
Yes,
Maddie
he is.
It's definitely, in a spot that people on Middle Sticks are going to be aware of right now. And
he's
going
gonna get
try
spotted
and
by
walk
this ward
into this
too?
other bush and get spotted out again. So the early game not working great for Komodo's jungler, and it looks like will instead just be
Oh, he dodges it!
theoretical pressure. Okay.
Well, so they know where the ward is, right? Because
Yeah.
you see the ping come out. So they know exactly where the ward is, and if you have that ward that was right there, it actually shows you how much vision you would have. So respect to them. That's a really clean play, but they know he's on the bottom side. They know that he was going to be there regardless. And it just means this entire time, Dragowski take topside Scuttle, who also is spotted by another ward there. So
Vision game is working
both
well.
junglers are known.
Yeah, shout out to the Vision. That's something that is not always complimented on the broadcast, and so both sides keeping their laners alive and safe with the early wards that they've been able to put out, and so neither jungler having a big effect over this early game. It will be Middle Sticks though with a pretty significant early gold advantage. They're winning in the top lane specifically pretty hard as Cookie Crook kind of has a free lane at this point.
Alright. Cool. Well, ROTM now kind of sitting in a state where Flash is so important. I think ZKG is going to have a pretty standout performance this time around. If the game is going to continue to go, Cookie Crook, do not go to this side of the jungle, brother. You're dead.
Oh,
all right,
flashes away. Maddie gonna flash as well. And Splitting Skies does connect. That's enough for him to go down. However, here comes Dragowski. They're gonna try to get one trade back as the Zombie Scion gonna try to chase Topo down. He has no flash, and it will be a 1-for-1.
Yeah, like, why step towards that side of the
Okay,
oh my
wait.
god, wait, Dragowski.
Maddie does a lot of damage. Okay, he will be able to survive using that ram stance to escape. Just the 1-for-1 as now Komodo's bottom lane getting pushed into the tower as well.
Alright, come later game team fights, let's see what ZKG can do right now. They have a small advantage in the bot side. They're not going to be able to grab the dragon, but it's just going to turn it into vision. This Enchanted Crystal Arrow is basically going to be, can I fish for Max's flash at any given moment? Because the second that he gets hit by an Ashe ultimate, that should be Maddie diving, Topo diving. Using the Keeper's Verdict to knock away frontline is going to be very important. So I want to keep an eye on these two players in particular as to what they can do and how much can they actually affect team fights. Because if they miss on either of those, if they're not able to kind of bat away, then I mean, ROTM just walk at objectives and there's really nothing for Komodo to do.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good right now for ROTM. Dragowski continuing his reign in terms of just power farming, and that's going to be very beneficial for his team, as we saw later in game number 1, where he just was absolutely unkillable. And with the lack of main burst down or DPS on Komodo, that could definitely be a problem against his massive frontline that middle six are building up.
All right. You know, Grapes, we don't really get to ask about this often. How are you feeling about this game? Do you like what we're seeing here? Are you entertained?
I think
do you
that
think that
Gentle
these
Hearts
comps
Gaming
are
are making the quarterfinals, but
okay?
but it's fun.
Respect.
It's a close. I'm glad we have a close game 3
Uh-huh.
because the first 2 were not very close. But I do like middle six draft a little bit better, I think.
Okay,
Just
well,
because-
why do you like it? Why do you like it?
Just because you look at Doxa LeBlanc, ZKG on the Ashe, if Cookie Crook gets at least not taken way too far behind, and Dragowski is able to keep up the level of play that he's had, you're not killing these guys. They're not dying.
True.
They're not dying
Sure.
to Shiv LeBlanc. They're not dying to Ashe. And
I mean,
Komodo-
Ashe will kill them. It'll just take 60 auto inputs.
it'll take,
I mean,
a
maybe if
billion
they had
years.
Project Ashe, the Project Ashe NA, they would be able to
Did
get
that
it.
skin
but
do
not.
more damage? Is that
Oh no, it's just that guy on Twitter. The
Oh,
Project
yes,
Dash
yes,
NA
yes.
guy. Yeah. Oh, Max just got 2 chains. Holy. Guys. He has no teleport either. He's kind of screwed here. Kenji's literally waiting. Max is going to walk over to get a ward.
Oh man.
Oh,
Kenji with the lands headbutt pull of the Ignite might be enough. The Scatter Weak does connect. And Max will not go down. However, that's a big wave getting crashed mid.
Okay, use the Jinx ult Ashe ultimate here. Come on, ZKG. I believe in you. You got this. Alright,
For
draw.
now, I don't think so. Yeah. It could have been used, but looks like ZKG instead going to focus on exerting his power in the bot lane instead, where he has stayed even in CS with Pape so far.
Me personally, I would have landed that and had the whole Discord call screaming. They would have been like, "Oh, I've done it before." The homies can vouch. So, I've got proof. Huh? All right, that's BS, guys. Come on. Why does Nautilus hook hit like that? Come on.
And you'll also get the moments. Yeah, I mean, we've had our conversations about Nautilus hooks and Nautilus hitbox in the past, but that was absurd. I mean,
Yeah.
that surely hit the wall, no? Or
I mean, better players, I guess. Us lowly
if I was
plebeians
playing, that
would not
definitely would
understand.
hit the wall. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I actually had some godly Nautilus hooks on an ARAM we were playing. Unfortunately, it turns out only going in as Nautilus and not waiting for my team kind of sucks. So, we'll see.
Feel really
We'll
cool though.
Yeah, it does, because I land the hook and then I start going guys, I'm going in. I press tab
report
and
my team.
and then my team is literally not. I'm dying, and I'm dying, and then everyone in the call is like, "Yo, Alk, you're kind of feeding your ass off. You want to chill?" And I'm like, "Brother, you're just
go
not
in with
following."
me.
Yeah, where's my team? The thing is, as a support, you can either be the person, you can say okay, I'll wait for my team to go in, or you can make the Chad decision, which is I'm going in whether or not you want me to or not. You're either going to follow and you're going to help us win, or I'm going to die and I'm going to keep dying until you follow me.
You guys, and then we're gonna lose.
You're gonna follow me whether you want to or not, and that's what every chat support player needs to do. Like, you just need to know that what you're doing is the right call, and if it isn't, talk about it in a review. Unless it's solo queue.
I mean, we have Kenji in this game. I mean, he does that. He does that a little bit sometimes. So, yeah.
No, he just doesn't like having ultimate.
That is true. Hey, he has it before 10 minutes this game. Yes, so that is a dub.
Maybe on Rakan, it's just he just really hates quickness. Like, he just doesn't. I'm joking. I'm sure Kenji. I'm sure Kenji. If I maybe not game 1, but definitely game 2. If I ask him, he's like, "Well, I'm roaming and we're literally winning the whole map. So does my ultimate matter?" I'm like, "Probably not." All right, going back to this game. A lot of stuff happened while we were talking there. Dragon was taken by Realm. Return to the Middle Six finally happened, and Komodo finally have a Rift Herald here, so they can make a lot of plays. They have a level 6 Volibear ready to go, or he has his ultimate at the very least. Alongside NACL, they should just be looking for a dive. They should be looking specifically bot lane now. Like, you have Volibear, Alistar, and Ashe. This should be a perfect dive composition for you.
Speaking of dive, they might be doing that right here onto the ROTM bottom lane. Boy Wonder has to flash away. The Ignite is ticking onto him. The depth charge comes out, but is not nearly enough to save his life as we finally get another kill on the board for Komodo.
Now, Maddie, here in a spot where we're looking at Komodo's bottom lane, they were trying to freeze the wave to put Return to the Middle Six into an awkward position, but now we'll see them start to drop this Rift Herald, hopefully. They still have Maddie's ultimate. They gotta be very careful. This is a 2v3. And Dragowski only has Ghost. Puppe has both Summoner spells. It would be kind of a worth trade, especially since you do have the Volibear ultimate, but decide against it.
I think it would have been a tough play. Dragowski doesn't have an item yet, but still could, soak up a ton of damage and then have that CC invulnerability just at the wrong time, and things could get ugly. So respect Komodo for not going too aggressive, although it does seem like we were talking about the ability to really push that go button, and we wanted to see that from both teams. Looks like we're kind of seeing it from neither teams, as both squads playing a little scared, knowing that this could be their last game of the year.
Okay. Both of these teams, right? Like, this is, for Return to the Middle Six, they're a team that was actually on the ballot to be chosen by the selection committee in the first qualifier in spring, and unfortunately did not make that, 8-team selection cut before the reseed. And they've been trying to get in for the longest time. Even back when it was, Proving Grounds and stuff, Return to the Middle Six were always at least attempting to try to get into the Swiss, but never really quite made it. They finally do this time around, and they make it into Swiss, right? Like, they are at 18 seed. They're expected to just barely not make it in as 2-3. They get in at 3-2. They play against a lot of much higher seeded teams and have really strong games against them, even in losses. But Komodo, you could say the same thing, right? Well,
and now we'll see if they continue that aggression here. An arrow comes out. It does lock down Boy Wonder, as Maddie now has to use that ultimate to get away. But Puppe has enough damage flashing forward to land the final blow. Dragowski chasing ZKG down. He has the flash and will be able to use it to escape unless Puppe can follow with the Killer Instinct. The Voice Seeker does not connect, and so it will not be able to land that kill. But ROTM, they get one back.
I wonder if they try to fish for that. They don't even have a ward here, man!
There's the ultimate, another kill for a Return to the Middle Sticks as Max will get on the board. Now Doxa gonna try to chase the Syndra down, knows that he does not have that ulti. And now bottom lane,
Avenger
a big
beams.
target here. Topo keying in, but so is Cookie Crook. Boy Wonder takes one too many tower shots, but will survive. The ultimate goes wide. Topo knocks up 2. ZKG is untouched, and Komodo gonna survive the dive in a 4v2 situation. ZKG, though, maybe jumping a little bit too far forward. The decimating smash will take him down, but Topo and Maddie are here to respond as Cookie Crook will go down, but can he get one back? He flashes forward, but will not land that final Q, and will go down before taking a plate.
Okay.
Jump forward. Oh, he got hooked. No, he will die. Dragowski gets it. And Doxa saw the health bars, saw the money bags, but will not claim a single kill.
That is a 4-for-2 in trade for Return of the Middle Six. They killed almost every member not named Topo in that play. What a fantastic fight from them. And one that I think probably would have broken the camel's back on this game if Komodo had gotten a few of those kills. It started off with them finding Kenji and Maddie in a very forward spot. They eventually find that. Max just, unfortunately, maybe it's a Spidey sense kicking in or what, but he just throws a random scatter into the brush and kills Kenji. That is impressive just by itself. And now, setting up for a dragon, they need to be very careful on the side of Komodo because you're looking down. A lot of missing summoner spells here for your team. There is still a lot available. I mean, Max still has his flash, which is surprising enough as it is. And look at how much control they have over the river right now.
Gold lead not too big, but the power that Middle Six have at this stage in the game is very, very, very strong. They now have control around the Dragon Pit. They knock Topo back, using the heroic charge to gain a little bit of space. But you can see how much pressure they are being exerted on. Komodo trying to find their way into the Dragon Pit. They finally force Middle Six away, but I don't think they want to start up the objective. They want the fight instead. Boy Wonder, hook hits Narnia as he gets knocked it down and taken out for that kill. Cookie Crook trying to buy a little bit of space, but it is just that 1-for-0 so far. Dragowski and Puppey maybe looking for a turn. But now Komodo, do they turn towards the dragon or do they continue to fight? Dox dashes forward and Dragowski gonna get the hell out of there.
Well, they saw all the pings towards the Rift Herald. I don't know why they didn't just immediately try to go for this play. You know that there's nothing here. Return to the Middle Six, part of why I praise their gameplay so much is the fact that when they know they're not going to get an objective on one side, they are more than willing to try to trade on the opposite side of the map. So Cookie Crook is going to get noticed here with the Hawk Shot thanks to Ash. Cookie Crook is just going to have to catch this wave. There's no Rift Herald available for them. And with the lane assignments going back to the way they were, I'm expecting for Komodo to come right back off of this reset and look to try to potentially even contest. But Dragowski and Boy Wonder are here. They can start to get vision and even start to look to contest. I mean, Dragowski by himself can just solo this very, very easily thanks to the Demonic Embrace.
He'll have a little bit of help as well with Cookie Crook and Boy Wonder joining the area. But yeah, you know, do Middle Six even want to go for the objective? They seem pretty keen on continuing to get Prio in lanes and forcing Doxa out of mid, and okay, they finally will go for the objective. Maybe enough time has been bought for Komodo to go for the contest. Maddie and Kenji are looming.
I don't know if you really want to finish this play. Kaisa currently is finishing off this bottom lane turret. It feels like it's kind of going to be a one and done kind of deal.
Oh no,
Sam
they
gets
eat
knocked
away
out.
Cookie Crook, and yeah, it looks like Komodo are just going to take this one. Middle Six have to get away or else things could get messy. Kenji dashes forward, but Boy Wonder able to escape as it will just be the turret traded for that second Herald.
Let's see what they can do with it. Let's see if they can actually get much done. We already saw in the last game that Return to the Middle Six were able to take down the Rift Herald before I was able to get much, but it was also a game where they were very far behind and fortunately kind of just got away from them in general. Cookie Crook taking a bit of a trade. That entire time, again, Puppey was getting gold. He finished off a turret by himself, and that means that he will have a small item lead here. Also had the coal this entire time, so really trying to get an additional like 400 gold out of that item. Really good stuff from him, and hey, he's got a small level lead as well. It's not going to mean much as Ash right now is almost level 10 at this point, but every little lead counts, and if he's going to have those Navori very soon, that's a good start. Oh, that's done.
Yeah, he's getting stronger, but so is the rest of his team, right? Like Dragowski with that full Demonic Embrace working towards that Jack Show. We saw how strong he was able to be in game number 1 once he had just those 2 items alone. And so despite this gold lead being pretty close, Middle Six seeming like they're in a decent spot to really take over this game, especially once Puppey gets a little bit more gold.
Grapes, I'm worried.
Why are you worried?
So there's his volley bear who full cleared. Number 1. Number 2, he full cleared.
Yeah.
Number 3,
He's still he's still clear.
He has actually just continued to full clear. And number 4, I'm pretty sure Dox is actually just straight up
How about
dead.
this one? Yeah.
Give
this
it to
might
him.
Be...
Oh no! Oh, Maddie's here. Maddie's here. Okay.
Didn't use the
Get under
ultimate.
turret.
Now Maddie takes away from going for the camps to instead dive the bottom lane. The arrow connects. The hitbox was questionable, but it will not matter. Komodo are going to take that any day of the week. It is traded back to the 1-for-1 as now Cookie Crook trying to finish the kill onto Doxa. He flashes away, but now ZKG and Kenji are here. The Ash doing a ton of damage with those arrows, but not enough to take Cookie Crook down. They land the depth charge on top of him. Here comes Puppey dashing forward. The Kaisa will one-shot his opposing AD carry. And Puppey runs down Doxa as well. That'll be an easy wipe for Middlesticks as they take firm control of this game.
They can go mid here. You can see that they're going to continue to push. Guys, I just don't think Kenji is worth it, guys. Like, yeah, we got the flash out of him, but you're wasting so much time. Go mid right now and try to take turrets. The one saving grace for Komodo is that it is still 30 seconds before the Baron. They will all be up in time for this. What an amazing fight, and again, eyes on Puppey in that last fight, who just got really aggressive. As soon as he saw a single plasma proc after chasing the Poppy, he switches targets, goes right onto ZKG, and flashes to try to get Doxa down.
Oh, no.
God, I hate this. You're just getting
He
tanked,
got
game played.
a little bit too greedy on that recall as Maddie just gonna 1v1 him. That's a big shutdown going towards the Bear.
700 gold on a Maddie. Still has to be able to cash all that in, and it's a minute before the Dragon. So they'll grab this mid-tier 1 as Maddie and crew just walk in. That's a good shutdown to get as well. Maybe not where you want to have that 700 gold, but still not the worst.
Oh man, what a greedy recall. And now Middlesticks, they're going to have to pay for Puppey's sins. That tower goes down. They're going to try to crash another wave. Komodo has
Sindra's
4
coming,
strong.
Sindra's
The arrow
coming.
comes out onto Dragowski. This could be a big fight for Komodo. Maddie jumps forward. Max finally joining the fight. The Unleashed Power not connecting, but here's the ultimate as Cookie Crook trying to one-shot ZKG. But on the other side of the fight, Komodo are winning out, and ZKG will survive. Maddie now in trouble. Has to use the Sky Splitter to keep himself healthy with the shield. Depth charge lands onto him. And there's the ultimate, the keeper's verdict from Topo to at least save the life of his jungler before he falls.
And they can go for Baron right now. I mean, yeah, their jungler is currently walking. They're going to go for Dragon instead. I think this is a pretty big mistake here. You know that Maddie's going to have to recall, if not use some of that jungle privilege. So instead of Baron, they're going to go for mid-tier 1 and going for the Dragon as well. What an insane game. This game exploded out of nowhere. We were getting bits and pieces of some action. It was Return to the Middlesticks fighting for their spot. And Max, I think, taking a small tumble here, but that's okay because the mantle is being carried, being continued on by Puppey, by Dragowski, on their champions, Kaisa and the Udyr again for Dragowski. Return to the Middlesticks, it is feeling more and more likely that they're going to be able to grab this, but the game is not quite out of reach for Komodo. The fights are still close, they still have a lot of avenues, and they're still grabbing gold. Doxa was on the side lane, he got top tier 1, and ZKG's about to finish Trinity Force. This champion's about to be very hard to get off.
Pause. Anyway, 22 minutes in, Baron under threat for Komodo. They could probably try to burst it down, however, have to be a little bit careful because they don't have a ton of burst damage. So instead, they're going to try to, I guess, start up fights. I mean, Puppey is at 2 full items. This game is in such a weird spot right now because Middlesticks are still up in gold, but Komodo, like, they seem to be winning on all the engages that they go for.
I mean, it's good for them, right? Like, the fact that they're able to actually grab that. I think the one thing that is kind of hamstringing Komodo is that they are relying on Volibear, Alistar being the primary engage, and when your range is so limited like that, it's just not what you want to see. We want to see more of these Ashe ultimates.
Dragowski may have gone a little bit too far forward, but he dodged away from the arrow, and comes a teleport.
It got canceled by verdict.
There by the ultimate of Topo. So no numbers advantage for Middlesticks. The teleport not available for Cookie Crook anymore. That could be a big break for Komodo.
That was a good find. Really good find for the side of Return to the Middlesticks. Cookie Crook is actually immediately just grouping up with his team. They take control of mid. They're going to move into this topside jungle. They could start at the Baron immediately, Syndra and this Kaisa. If real quick, we just check how many Syndra bucks this that Max has, because that is very important for. I'm just going to assume that he has his Q. He has 96. Okay, so very close to having his ultimate upgrade, which is going to be a 15% execute, and 120 is when we see her fully evolved and getting a mini Rabadons as well, which are very big spikes for this champion.
Not available just yet, and so now waiting for an objective to spawn. That dragon not available just yet. Very tense game, Dimitri. Once again, the seasons of these teams are on the line. With the winner of this one still having another best of 3 to play to try to escape this group stage, but both teams pretty, you know, they're trading their punches back and forth. and nobody really has that clear advantage right now. Doxa has the most XP, but you look at the other side, Puppey, he had the most gold last time we checked.
And it's going to be very important right now, specifically for Max, to try to get back into this game right now, because he is very important to the win condition. Yes, he is Syndra, so at the end of the day, he could just be a glorified stun bot, but...
He just got the upgrade.
Okay, so he's got 100 now. He's got the execute. Let's see if that actually changes how the fights are going to... Because you don't... I think you know that Syndra ult is always going to kill you, but that execute can catch you off, especially if you're an AD carry, like ZKG is, or maybe Doxa later on. Also is going to be missing a bit of magic penetration, just because of how much is being built on the opposite side. Do you see how much damage he's already starting to do versus Topo? Oh my god!
Yeah, that's the tank, and so it's a good sign. And for Max, like his job is to eliminate either Doxa or ZKG immediately from a fight, right? And then after that, you could play. It's much easier to play against like a one threat comp than like this double threat comp that Komodo kind of are bringing to the table. And then you allow Puppey to try to do the rest of things. We'll see what Max wants to do, like in terms of itemization the rest of the way. Wonder if like a Void Staff comes through, or if you just go for like a full death cap, try to increase your
Kenji, no. Okay, using the ultimate, very important, because the dragon is going to be spawning in like 2.5 minutes time, which not having that, at least beforehand, does mean it's very hard for Komodo to actually walk into the bottom side jungle. Top side control is very, very important right now, and I guess just to make sure that everyone at home is clear about this, like, the way that Komodo are going to want to play fights is LeBlanc comes in, she zaps, she pokes for a little bit, you're going to have the volley starting to whittle away at that HP, and then once they want to commit, Poppy, Alistar, Volibear, you pick a target, boom, you're going in, and then Ash just lets it fly with a flurry of arrows. They're going to just start up this Baron immediately. No one is here. This is a good catch out.
Yeah, Komodo needs to use teleports from both of their solo laners to make it an even fight. It's a 5v5 now. Hook goes wide from Boy Wonder. This could be the fight that determines the series. Keeper's Verdict lands, but only on to the Nautilus as the arrow also goes wide. Maddie looking for a target. It's going to be Cookie Crook for now as Boy Wonder looking for a depth charge target. Here comes the unstoppable onslaught. And now, return of the middle sticks have Puppey knocked up. He flashed away and stays alive. And now he will go untouched through the rest of it. A clean onslaught for ROTM. They have a 4-for-0. They're going to try to make it more. It is another kill going in for Puppey, and Doxa trying to get one back. They finally take the Kai'Sa down, and it looks like he will escape, but ROTM are in a 4v1 situation, and they're on the Baron.
Can the man of the hour, Doxa, just get scattered?
Doxa has to dash away with the distortion. Cookie Cook trying to chase him down. The Jack Show not in range to do enough damage to him just yet. There it is. One more Q will take down the ace, but the fleet footwork going to keep Doxa alive. It's not going to matter, though, as return of the middle sticks. They're going to pick up this Baron for themselves. Turo Baron buff in their hands at the 27-minute mark. And our number 16 seed is looking great here in Game 3.
15-8 there. Wait. Okay, guys, wait 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, and Pup. No, you hate your AD carry! Guys, this whole team hates Puppey,
Were they not
man.
just waiting for...
No, they didn't! Dude, come on, man! Look, Boy Wonder steals the Penta. The 1 second gives Puppey the Baron. I don't think it matters. I think we're getting right into another fight here. It's Dragon going to be started. 3 items here for Puppey and a stopwatch to boot.
I believe he just popped an elixir as well. Cookie Crook already in the middle of everybody on Komodo. They knock up ZKG. The scatter the weak connect. And the main carry for Komodo, the main hope for Komodo is down. The Dragon will go over to return to the middle sticks as well, as they're looking to make a return to this qualifier, to this next round, and they're going to win this series over Komodo 2-1.
A team that has never made it into the groups is going to make top 12. It is up against Komodo. Komodo are going to place worse than they did, and Puppey just goes in. He wants revenge.
Doxa's the target. The depth charge connects as Boy Wonder gets another KS on top of it all to end this series for his team. It is 19-8. The Turo Baron buff in their hands for 2 more minutes, and the death timers are long. It's 40 seconds on Doxa, but they're not going to go for the end just yet.
All right, well, death timers are a pain to deal with right now, but 5,000 is the gold lead gained just during this this Baron. What an insane passage of plays. It has been fight after fight, and I want to give credit to two players I, in particular, have been criticizing all series long. Cookie Crook and Boy Wonder in the last two team fights have done their job, which doesn't sound like much, but when I'm seeing the ultimates from this Nautilus go straight onto Doxa, and while he's getting knocked up, you're putting your hook onto ZKG, you are stopping the damage dealers of the enemy team from actually being able to stop the rest of your team from operating. So I want to give them a special shout out, as they, I think, this series have really started to exemplify, specifically in their wins, what it requires for ROTM to actually come together as a team. And this is exciting stuff. This is the one team that was an upset in terms of seeding, a team that no one expected to make it here into groups. They're going to make it into top 12. I think going against Gentle Hearts, they're going to have a really big task ahead of them.
One last ditch effort. Here they go. They lock down Puppet. Oh no, that's Komodo. Turn this game around. Dragowski gets knocked up. ZKG on the back line will just tear through the enemy team. It is a 2-0, as now Komodo have the numbers advantage.
All right, 30 seconds before Kaisa is back up and 40 before Dragowski is there.
Are they going to just push for the end?
They potentially could. Now, Syndra can clear waves exceptionally easily. She can pick out long range. I don't want to watch top lane. I'm going to be 100% honest, guys. Okay, there's nothing happening mid. We can keep watching the wet noodles. Yeah, I don't think they can end right here. The waves are not big enough. What a find there for Komodo. The game doesn't seem like it's quite over. It's 6,000 in the gold lead for RTM, but items, as they start to get more and more finished, gold means less and less.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit less like an ROTM win after that last fight. However, still have to keep in mind that Cookie Crook wasn't there. It was not a full engage. It was just a really, really nice find from Kenji, who we have to give some props to as well. Having a great game on the Alistar, keeping his team in this one here. As Pape knows that he can't die again, so we're going to buy the Guardian Angel. If he gets one shot again, he'll have the respawn this time.
Yeah, of course. That'll be fun. All right, gamers. Let's get into gear now, because this is where the game gets kind of hectic. We are not going to have all the early expectations gone. We have a Dragon Soul here spawning for ROTM with the potential of them taking it. Doxa is going to continue to split, but there are more and more items, and there's no oh, there's actually a GA here for Puppet at this point, and Max is getting to a lethal amount of ability power where he can deal with Doxa. And Doxa has to be very careful. You have to have basically incredibly quick timings with this distortion to make sure you do not get one shot by Syndra.
ZKG only level 14, but now has 3 items on his own. Can be decent damage, although the front line that we were alluding to at the start of this game really has started to come online. Cookie Crook with 3 full items, so is Dragowski right now. A full Sunfire Cape on top of those other 2 items means that he's also going to be doing a decent amount of damage. Not going to be, you know, the front line is not going to die.
Oh no, Max, no, Max,
it's going to be picks like this. Max gonna get caught out, and Doxa will take him down. That is exactly what Middle Six could not afford to
Wait, they
give
can
up.
keep corralling them now. They know they're on this side of the map. Ashe Ultimate could be the case. They're just getting so much control for the Dragon. I do not think that Return of the Middle Six are going to be able to contest for this, so it's another 5 minutes. And what a great game to end our stream here on Rally Cry Official. I am taking a look at the other stream. They're also going the distance on Game 3. So both streams right now, if you're not already watching, you don't have the multi-twitch up, you're making a massive mistake. Max will be up in 20 seconds. We'll be able to teleport back for this mid-play. And it is now about the Baron. Kenji, I don't think you can recall here. I think if you recall, you're losing out on so much pressure, and that'll be them starting up this Baron soon.
Like he does go back to base. Teleport available for Max, as Middle Sticks really prioritizing positioning around this Baron Nashor. That is what won them the fight. Gave them a big advantage earlier in this game, and they're going to try to see if Lightning strikes twice.
This.
Teleport coming in. It'll be Max joining the party as the hook already connects onto Topo as he flashes away. Doxa responds to the teleport of his own. It'll be an all-out 5v5, maybe a burger flip around the Baron. Maddie can get over the pit, and now the engage is onto ZKG as Boy Wonder lands a depth charge, but Kenji trying to find a pull, but not just yet. Puppey on the backside, and they one-shot Doxa with Max. Now, Dragowski taking a lot of damage as ZKG is untouched on the back line, but Puppey's still alive, and Puppey's gonna carry Middlesticks to a Game 3 victory!
Oh my god, he put so much damage. It's a triple kill for Puppey, but Max lands a two-man stun onto Doxa and ZKG, completely knocking them out. Komodo, it's been nice, it's been grand, but you have officially now been knocked out of the NACLQ qualifiers. It's been great. Return to the Middlesticks. Welcome to top 12.
It's a 20-second death timer on Doxa, 10 seconds on Kenji. But it's 4 members strong for Middlesticks. Maddie has to try to clear this wave out. I don't know if he'll be able to. He flashes on the Puppey, but he's going to stay alive for now with a nice cleanse. He goes golden, but the wave still remains intact, which means the base can continue to be knocked down. The Nexus is now exposed. Puppey's getting pushed away by Kenji, but the rest of Middlesticks is holding strong. Here comes Doxa, though. They're going to try to save the game. The Nexus is still under fire. The game might not end, but there it is. Middlesticks will be moving on.
Oh my god, man.
Woo!
What a fantastic Game 3. And expectations be damned. We wanted to see what Komodo had, and unfortunately just wasn't enough. Return to the Middlesticks. I just want to get an interview. I think we just need a break. Thank you guys for tuning in. We're going to have an interview with the winner, one of the winners over on Return to the Middlesticks when we get back. Make sure that you have all the streams open. Do whatever you got to do, and we'll be right back.
The LCS Challengers League is brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car sharing marketplace. Find your drive.
Welcome back, everybody, here on the LCS Challengers League qualifier stream with an interview with the mid laner of Return of the Middle Sticks, Max108, who just pulled off a thrilling 2-1 victory over the 8 seed in Komodo. Max, I want to walk through that last game just a little bit. What were the feelings of the comms? You guys as a team have been working towards this match for a really long time, and finally in like a do or die game 3, it seemed like things were a little bit tense at the beginning, but kind of you guys pulled out at the end.
Yeah.
Walk us through the vibes there.
It was a tense game. In the beginning, we were just like playing on scaling. So when we got that like 4-4-0 bot, it was a really good fight. I kind of knew that game was over. We could just play good from there and like win. So I really got excited after that 4-0. That's kind of when I was like the most hype.
Yeah. So you always, at least Leaguepedia, and if we're wrong, you can call us fraudulent casters, but you started playing a little bit more competitive this year. Return to the Middle Six is kind of like the only team that we have you on record for throughout the entire year. So what has it been like being on this team, and kind of, I know you guys have been playing in a bunch of other leagues at the same time, so have you really started to feel like any like kind of cool bonds maybe just outside of the game with a lot of the guys on the roster, whether that be some of the newer players coming in for this split or just even like anybody on org side?
Yeah, I mean, I really like our coach. I think he's been with me like the whole time. The rest of the team has been changing around, but I feel like with this roster, we're able to we're much better players, and we're able to like do a lot more things. So like team spirit has been really high lately, just because we've been like playing really good. So I think that was really good from us.
Yeah.
And you've been a part of Middle Six for basically this entire year, and this is the first time all of 2023 that you guys finally did make it to the top 16 stage. As the only seed that was was underseeded, going in and making it out of the group stage. I mean, how good does it feel to like go through that journey throughout the entire year and stick with a core group of guys and then finally make it out?
Feels really good, especially because I feel like we're better than most of the top 16. At least we kind of got egoed in the draw thing, but otherwise, I think we had a lot to prove, and that's what we came in to do. So it's good that we made it out.
Sure. I guess. Okay, I need to ask what happened game 2, man. Like game 2, you guys look like none of you plugged in your monitors.
Okay, I mean draft was like different than what we have like prepped up before. I feel like my pick was really bad. I don't know why I picked Annie. Like nowhere clear against Zed was really bad, and
Yeah.
they kind of have had that early comp that if we fall behind, we have like no agency to play around, and they played really well like around mid lane with the Sejed. That was really good from them. So a lot to learn from that game, but also it's good that we won the other two.
Yeah, we wouldn't be having this interview if you did.
Obviously.
Yeah, okay. Well, Max, we are looking forward into the future. We are now looking at you guys going up against Gentle Hearts for potentially the last seed out of this and making top 8. I know it's pretty fresh, this game, but do you have any thoughts? I'm assuming you watched maybe their game versus Mirage and thought kind of playable, maybe?
Honestly, Mirage has been like our arch nemesis this whole tournament, but we've been getting better against them every time. So I feel like every team they beat, we can also beat in a way. So I think we have like a very good chance of making top 8, and like in groups we might even like get to the finals against them. That would be like the dream at least.
Okay.
A long-term aspiration, but making the finals definitely on your guys' minds, which is super
Obviously,
exciting
yes.
to hear. Max, thank you so much for sitting down and talking to us. Congratulations on your win. We're going to leave the floor to you. If you have any shout-outs that you want to give out before we wrap up the show.
I really want to shout out to like our coach and manager. I feel like they do a lot for the org, and my teammates for winning us the game. Honestly, Papa has been smurfing every game, and really good comms from everyone else as well.
Awesome. Well, appreciate you coming on, Max. Go and celebrate the win with the guys, whether that is immediately logging off and going to do literally anything else for the rest of the day.
Yeah, that might be it. But...
Well, either way.
You got some time.
You've earned it.
Yes,
until,
we have the
until
whole
the
week
next
to
game.
prep,
So
so it's good.
Yeah. All right. Well,
thank you very much, Max. Congratulations on
thank
the
you.
win, and best of luck next week.
Yes, thank you.
As we have a little bit more time before we wrap up this show, Dimitri, let's take a look at the bracket right now for Group B, or Group A, I should say, after it has been completed for the week. This is the last matchup that we are looking at right now. After Mirage Alliance earned an additional 10 qualification points for finishing first in their group, it'll be Gentle Hearts and Middle Sticks fighting it out to see who makes it to quarters.
That's next Saturday, 7 days from now, and it starts now. As soon as that Nexus exploded, Gentle Hearts, they know exactly who they're going up against. Return of the Middle Six. It's a great story, and before we kind of move on, hearts out to Komodo. Again, we talked about how they do have a ton of players that have been in Tier 3 for a long time, and unfortunately, they just could not get it together between two different rosters that came in for both summer splits. They just weren't able to make it. Last split, it was right at the cusp of being able to make it out of the group as the second seed. That just didn't happen to unfortunate circumstances, and here now, I think a lot of them would probably feel pretty bitter about how this ends, because when you think about players and you think about players' careers, it is the last game that you played. Like, how you're only as good as your last game. So I hope that the Komodo guys, they can kind of use this as time to learn, and whatever happens with this team, whether or not they stay for spring or potentially try to mix up the roster and go their separate ways. I know a lot of them have played together on former rosters, so I'm just hoping that we can see these guys grow as players and we can see them in the future.
Yeah, specifically for someone like Dox in the mid lane, who's been around for a long time, got his chance on the NACL stage this spring. Not the best way to go out for 2023, but you definitely know a player like him is going to remain as committed as ever to be super, super, on top of his game heading into 2024, and that's what we can hope for from all the players on Komodo. But it will be Gentle Hearts Gaming versus Return to the Middle Sticks next week on this stream. But we also have Group C and D finishing up their second round of groups in tomorrow's coverage on both Rally Cry Official and Rally Cry 2. But that is going to do it for us today on our stream. Make sure to go check out twitch.tv/rallycry2 to find out what happens in that conclusion between Keelix Grandpa Gamers and Team Ambition. Shout out to you all for joining us through these games. Shout out to all the production here at Load Screen and Rally Cry. And a special shout out to our Observer Caddy. It's his birthday today. Doing some work on his birthday, smurfing it on the obs. Shout out to Caddy. And that's going to do it. We'll see you all tomorrow for more group stage action.